Welcome everyone. 4chan has been hacked. That is our main story today. There's some other stuff too. And here to assist me, someone who knows a bit more about it than me, welcome Quattro.
Hello everyone.
And good news, Quattro, just in the last few moments, Scarab has cheered 5,000, the equivalent of £50, and says, order me a nice big helping of Marcussi, Charcussi, and Clovey. Do you have any thoughts on the progress of Charcussi?
I am somewhat worried about the distance that is now closing between me and first place here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A terrifying prospect.
I'm sure that 8-Bit isn't too upset about the prospect of some competition up there at the top end of the kitten board. We shall find out. We shall find out what happens there. Still, though, it's Marcus in the lead. So well done to Marcus. Everyone, ping Marcus and congratulate him for still being in the lead due to his solid hard work of being such a proficient kitten. Yes, it is a news and politics and memes. As you can see on the... I love the fucking what's going on. I engineered my stream to make it clearer. FedChan got hacked. It sure
if you
did.
need to know what happened, 4chan was closed due to AIDS.
That is what I'm hearing from my various sources. Yes, that specifically in this case just being Quattro. But no, I have lots of other stuff to go over. I guess we'll start with this. A message supposedly from the hacker now in fact known as 4chan. I guess, unless it's someone else, we're going to find out more about who exactly it was later. Pug says 4chan went gay during 2020. Looks like you are bang on the money there. I will say before we start, I have briefly, occasionally used 4chan. I browsed it a bit. There were some interesting stories on there. Probably when I was browsing, it would have been after 2020, but maybe 2021, 2022, that kind of time. Maybe it would have been before that actually, but it was around that time. There's occasionally some interesting things on there, the kind of posts you wouldn't find anywhere else on the internet. The fact that it's very pro-free speech, or had been when I was using it, or seemed to be, was pretty good. But I was overwhelmed by the truth of the notion of the rate of quality posts compared to shit. Because if you're browsing 4chan, if you're on B, for example, then in order to see something interesting, you have to scroll through about 20 to 25 just complete waste of data posts.
It's usually either the log poster or it's some rabbi in a shill farm posting about black dicks.
Yeah. Smith says, the Illuminati is closing down all opposing viewpoints. They did the same thing to my Tumblr. I'm not sure that we can quite draw the correlation here between 4chan dying and your Tumblr. However, in this case, what's happened here is only the revelation of how bad 4chan already was behind the scenes. And it's very likely now to lead to alternatives taking its place. I expect, and to be honest, hope. So this 4chan poster who is speaking as if they are one of the hackers, and they probably are, says, I'm going to be clearing up some things about the hack. What was the exploit used? Contrary to popular belief, it was not SQL injection, which is a reasonable assumption given the whole thing runs on PHP. And PHP is a language famous for implementing on the language level a function to deal with PHP, which was so broken that and so exploitable that they had to make another one which was the same name as the previous one, but with the word real at the end, just to avoid the SQL injection, which was like a worldwide, easy and obvious hack. If you've ever seen like the meme of the car number plate that has like some text and then a semicolon and then just like drop customers or something, that's SQL injection. It was something along the lines of it would treat data as text because PHP was just fucked. Little Johnny drop tables. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I think there's an XKCD on it. So
yes, there is
a reasonable assumption, but apparently not. They say the exploit is such: 4chan allows uploading PDF to certain boards, GDPO, QSTS, CI, and TG. They neglected to verify that the uploaded file is actually a PDF file. As such, PostScript files containing PostScript drawing commands can be uploaded. Said PostScript file will be passed into GhostScript to generate a thumbnail image. The version of GhostScript that 4chan uses is from 2012, so it's trivial to exploit. From there, we exploit a mistaken SUID binary to elevate to the global user. I'm curious how they get from a thumbnail generator to a binary to get to root. Is the thumbnail generator running as root? Don't know. Either way, very dumb. So that's apparently how it happened. So you may be thinking, 2012? They're using a version of this for this image generation thing from 2012. That seems a bit ridiculous. Well, what I have today, chat, somewhere in amongst my my many posts here, is more information on exactly what kind of system they were using. Here, for example, let's read this out. The hacker managed to gain root access because the site runs on a version of FreeBSD, which is an operating system that you could think of as basically it's similar to Linux, that was last updated in 2016. So yeah, it was actually, you must have been right from earlier. I heard something wrong that it was just out of service in 2016, but last updated in 2016. Now, your home computer should be updated more frequently than that because old software gets exploits, which the more time goes on, the more well-known they become and the more easy to exploit they are as a result. So if you've got a PC running a very old operating system, like for example, Windows XP or Windows 2000, if you try and put that on the internet, then there'll still be some systems left over that can identify what OS you're using and just send those exploits at you. So it's almost automatically you're going to be hacked if you have an old OS on the internet, even Windows 7 to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just if you're browsing the internet, if you're a client. But if you're the server, it's so much worse. And it's a good thing that 4chan's a barely known resource that no one on the internet ever uses, right? It's 9 years old. The number of exploits that there are going to be since then that you can just use from pretty much anywhere is going to be pretty high. And they used one of them. It goes on: a non-insignificant portion of the janitors and mods that were doxed used .edu emails, which means that they are actually from universities. The source code was dumped, and Quattro earlier posted a link. Do not cry. They managed to dump almost the entirety of 4chan is a badly formatted, mostly uncommented 10,000 plus line file called imageboard.php. If you've ever wondered why 4chan looks like a website from the 90s, it's because it is. It's just
pretty much
one gargantuan PHP file. Some functions, like the one that makes a new post, are over 2,000 lines long. Generally speaking, if one file in your programming project is that long, you should consider making it more than one file. You should consider splitting the contents up. That's too much. Not always, but usually. But a single function being that long indicates, again, not for certain, but very likely, a fundamentally broken design of your project. And the fact that it's PHP is even worse. I mean, that's probably why. Who would want to actually work on PHP? It goes on: I'm not a PHP programmer, so I can't make heads or tails of any specifics, but this codebase is a complete disaster all around. It's easy to see why zero work has been done on the site since Moot left. Disgraceful. I believe Moot was the original 4chan owner.
Yes, he was. And he was also the main guy in charge of maintaining it as well.
Yes. Do you know much about what happened in, like, how Moot stopped being the owner? Because it's been a long time, and I think I knew some of this, but I don't know anymore. Maybe if you could summarize for people, I'd appreciate it.
It's been a little while, and my memory is a little hazy on it. So if anyone in chat would like to correct me on anything I say, I'm very much open to that. But gist of it is he was looking to sell, and The guy now known as Hiroshimut ended up buying it off of him. Now, this guy, he used to be in charge of 2chan for getting 4chan. Interestingly, he lost control of that due to some other fuckery that he had been involved in, and was no longer allowed to work with the people at 2chan. He goes, fuck it, I'm going to buy 4chan then. Everything's been downhill since.
As Somna says, 4chan tuned out and became 2016 Reddit. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, so this is the XKCD about injection. Hi, this is your son's school. We're having some computer trouble. Oh dear, did he break something? In a way. Did you really name your son Robert single quote, close parentheses, semicolon, drop table students, semicolon dash dash. Oh yes, little Bobby Tables, we call him. Well, we've just lost this year's student records. I hope you're happy. And I hope you learn to sanitize your database inputs. Because if you send that in, it will interpret, because it's escaping, because SQL is built by commands, which you build in code as a string. So if you have something in it that's supposed to be a string in the command, it's supposed to be 2 layers of string, and you just pull it in directly, then you could basically have that as code. So you can use user input as SQL code, part of the command. So if you put the single colon in there, it makes the thing think, okay, that's the end of the user input, and the rest of it, the rest of this is just code I need to execute. So it's a very stupid problem, very easy to fix, but PHP is just. I think this issue only happens because of PHP as well, and it was just a fuck up by the people that make PHP. Yes, indeed, Cybersmith. Someone says, remember this is the site that spawned the coding nightmare that is Yandere Simulator we're talking about? I don't think so. I don't think it's the same people. But yes, where was I here? 4chan already had some competitors, which I hadn't really looked into much. But to be honest, I did think that I was disappointed that none of the competitors to 4chan were getting a lot of traction. Or I didn't think they were. I wasn't looking into it very deeply, though, because everything I was hearing about 4chan was that it had gone downhill from where it used to be. So it did seem like a good time for some competition. That's one thing that is good about 4chan, is that it's so simple, coding-wise, despite the numbers on screen here. It's so simple that it's not hard to compete with it. So what it sounds like is that there was one, and they're the ones that launched the hack. So let me see if I can find more on this. There are some memes on this as well. Everything's a bit split up in my posts here. USA gets defunded. 4chan goes down. You got to admit, pretty good timing. Okay, so there is some more stuff. It's not very well ordered here. I think I don't actually have much here on who did it, but I do know who was posting there, and it's Israel. It's not a new feature, Wolf. Well, I mean, it was for me a few months ago, but yes, it's Israel. In terms of what nations have been posting on 4chan, Israel has posted almost twice as much as the US, with the UK then in third. Now, you wouldn't expect this, given the relative populations of these countries. Dark Smith says apparently it's fake.
Is
okay,
it?
let's look around. Watch poll posts per capita. Per capita numbers are crazy. This screenshot is from 2023, they say. This pic is fake. Okay, fair enough. Perhaps this is fake. Israel has a lot of OSINT companies. Yeah. Fair enough. Perhaps it is. All right, in that case, if we can't verify this, we'll leave it for now then.
Either way, oy vey. Still a lot of posts.
Yeah. There's this one as well that Ducksmith just posted. Is this a genuine one? If so, Israel is much further down on here. Actually, can we fucking Discord? Can we? We probably can't actually because it would be the wrong resolution. Whatever. This is another one, but what I was thinking when I saw this, and perhaps we have an answer now, is that surely they would just be using a VPN to hide where they're from anyway, so you wouldn't know. And maybe indeed they were. The supposition was that, well, if feds controlled the site, they could just change the flag on that end so you wouldn't need a VPN, but they might still record where it came from originally. Well, maybe they were just using VPNs. That would be simpler.
Well,
Fair
as far as I
Dutchman.
understand, VPNs, at least posting from a VPN was banned on 4chan, would usually get you banned as well. It's any of the known VPNs.
Yeah, fair enough. Not the same code monkeys, but yeah, no simulator started in a thread on 4chan. Well, a lot of things did. Anyway, so what else we got on this? There was something else. There was the, this is not it. There was something about Sharty, which I'm not very familiar with. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. Actually, no, but we'll read this anyway. A few things we've learned so far from last night's 4chan hack. Moderation and janitors include students and staff from Harvey Mudd College, University of Washington, and University of Michigan, including at least one professor. 4chan ran on a version of FreeBSD which had not been supported for 9 years. 4chan had over 10 million banned users. So this is a screenshot from the supposedly from the machine that runs it. So BSD 10.1 with mention of moot there. And then here are some of the tables from the database. Banned users, 10.7 million rows, which means 10.7 million banned users, almost certainly. Now, a lot of those will have been, probably most of them will have been automated, but that's still a lot. Marcus is the Sharty expert. I mean, you'd say that. It looks like you're trying to make a joke about him sharting himself, but actually, I think he does know all about it. 580,000 appeals as well. And then 199,000 on the blacklist, which I don't know how that's different from banned users. But sure must have been tempting for whoever had this to just click the drop button next to banned users and just drop every single one of them.
It would have taken quite a while. Would have had to set up like an auto hotkey script or something.
Well,
I mean, that there were 10.7 million users banned.
Drop, I think, would just clear the whole thing. It would even delete the table. So I probably wouldn't even take time. It would just de-index it and then gradually delete it later. These are the files that make up the source code, which, as someone in the comments here mentioned, the source code is not that interesting because it's very easy to replicate this. It was 90s technology. But it's still impressive that they got it. This is the Sharty thing. It says, major update, the Sharty anon that hacked 4chan posted the entire source code for 4chan. And then there is the entire source code. It's a big, I think this is the 7-zip executable. It's just all the stuff. So this is what I was trying to find. Mention of Sharty. I do not know what Sharty means. So if you do, Quadro, please let me know. But I'm also going to ping Marcus because it's funny. Say, Marcus, we heard you are the chart expert. Please come and chart for us. There we go. It's sorted.
So what is being referred to as Sharty here is something called soyjack.party, which is a competitor alternative to 4chan, where many of the soyjacks that we see in circulation have actually come from. A lot of the users who are on both 4chan and 8chan have jumped ship to several other sites in the past, and this is one of them. And as of right now, this looks like it'll be the front-running competitor.
Yeah. Now, I've heard some sort of doom and gloom about is this the end of 4chan? Yes, but only literally. Because it's so easy to replicate this, and because there will always need to be somewhere for this level of free expression. I suspect that it will be a very quick transition from what there is now to something that's a competitor. And the difficulty, of course, is finding a competitor that's not also already controlled by feds and whatnot, as I believe there was some indication that 4chan itself is, but we'll maybe go into that later. But really, any other is probably a better choice, because 4chan is the one that would be the most controlled, because it was the big one, and there was enough time for feds to take control of it.
Yeah, 4chan as a strategic asset does make sense to have control over.
Yes.
Given that it was, keyword being was, the one place on the internet that people knew about that was at least mostly free speech.
Yeah.
Could get away with a lot.
Yeah.
Especially if you were a Janny.
So there's more here from the source code. This guy says, if you're not from one of these countries and or are using a phone to post, you will have a longer cooldown wait than usual before you can post unless you have verified your email. So these countries include, for example, the US, Canada, UK, Germany, Australia, Poland, Italy, France. Pretty much all the big ones. Do you see what's missing, Quattro? Because it's not Israel. Israel's on the end there. It's just didn't see it initially, but it's the last one on the list. Interestingly, China's on there as well. I don't see anything that is missing actually. I guess India's not on there. Oh no, it is. It's on the first line. This just seems like it's pretty much every major country.
I don't believe India is on there though.
It is. It's near the end of the first row.
Oh, yeah, no, never mind. I see it there. My bad.
Japan's on there as well. Yeah. Seems to all be there. Duxford says 900 seconds before you could make your first post. That's not that unusual. At some points in Cabal's history, and I think we might still have this, for users that join Cabal and don't have... what's it? I can find out exactly what it is, actually. There's like a 10-minute wait time in some circumstances, I think. I don't know if this is currently on, but it used to be. Access. Have they fucking moved it? Where have they put it? Safety setup. Is it in here? I think it is in here. Verification level. Okay, it's currently on none. However, you can set it so that you have to be a member of the server for 10 minutes. So you have to wait 10 minutes before you can post. You can also set it so that they have to be registered on Discord for longer than 5 minutes. Or you could put it so that they have to have a phone number registered to post. Now, as I said, we have it on none for Cabal currently, but in the past I have had it on various of these levels. I think I may have had it on high briefly in the past, which is just you have to have been in the server for 10 minutes or more, which is not that bad an idea, to be honest. Now, you can also have it on low, which means you just have to have a verified email address, which I didn't know you could have. You could not have a verified email address, to be honest. Yeah, it probably is a good idea to not have it on none, to be honest, but it is currently. Bryce says, any self-respecting site should ban India outright, and Cabal should too. I can't. I don't have the ability to do. But in terms of, if I was running, if I was self-hosting Cabal and I coded it myself and whatnot, then I could at least label people by where they come from. I'm not sure if I would. I might do. They say, as I theorized for a while, F is not built on the same code file as the other boards. It's all hacked together unfinished code. It has an error message that results in a ban if you try to upload DMCA'd content too much. So it's all very patchwork. This guy says, there is no way 4chan's coming back online from this, and the OP here says 100% shouldn't. The source code is using deprecated PHP functions to interact with the MySQL database. This is extremely bad. If the developers are smart, they should keep the website down until they update the source code and software. And there's one guy saying this has happened before. At the time that 4chan's code was leaked, it was also obvious that that much of the code is not actively maintained. alt chants are probably better maintained than this. You can just tell by the fact they have more stable features. Alternative to 4chan designed in the modern day should be much better. 25 years of of changes to code bases like this.
To give you an example, when 8chan was around, it had way more features than 4chan did.
Yeah.
It supported audio and WebMs, for instance, which 4chan still to this day does not.
Fun fact on WebMs. Chat, press 1 if you don't like WebMs. I expect Quattro knows where I'm going with this, but a lot of people...
I suspect I do.
Yeah. A lot of people say they don't like WebMs. If you don't know what I mean, it's the little file where the file format where you download a video, for example, and it's not a MKV or an MP4, it's a WebM. Press 1 if you dislike them, because they are complained about a lot. What you actually, a few of you press them on there. What you actually don't like is the platforms that you're using. There is no difference fundamentally between a WebM and the equivalent PNG or MP4 or whatever other format. It's just in the level of support that platforms have for them. What you actually don't like is Discord failing to support WebM or whatever other platform failing to support it. WebM is actually better than most other formats for the same thing it does. I think WebM is for movies and WebP is for images.
Yes.
There's, I've looked up comparisons. WebM is better for compression and has more features.
Yeah, so your file sizes are a lot smaller for the same relative quality. The bit rates are generally better.
Yes.
Audio in them as well is usually not a huge issue in terms of file sizes either.
Yeah.
It's very efficient.
Yeah.
They've been around a very, very long time. It's just very strange that so few platforms have actually integrated support despite how really common these files are.
Yeah. They're used on most websites because browsers support them and they are more efficient. So they're used. They should really be everywhere. They should be the de facto format. Possibly they're not just because people are more familiar with PNGs and JPEGs and because platforms support them first because they're simpler and older. I don't know, maybe there's a licensing issue or maybe the PNGs and JPEGs are just so much quicker, like less processor intensive or less processing intensive. But it really shouldn't be that much.
PNGs are actually kind of inefficient in comparison.
PNGs are inefficient, but that's because they are lossless. I think WebM can probably be tuned to be lossless, but lossless is always going to be quite a lot more huge file size-wise. Mess says, blame big JPEG and MP4 for rigging the game against WebM. I think, wasn't WebM and WebP, wasn't it either Google endorsed or Google designed? So it's surprising that they're not
created by an engineer who worked for Google.
Right. Yeah, Eric, I'm not sure about that. I think that it might just be that you say that it indicates they're not better in every way, but it might not be that. It might just be that pressure, undue influence is what's caused it, rather than it being that they're actually not good. Yeah. I've heard of iDubbbz, but I don't know anything about him. On this. Yeah, anyway, let's see what else we have on this. What was this? Yeah.
So this, I can explain what this is. So what this image here is another word filter that had been secretly implemented. People didn't really know about, but suspected. Now, 4chan for many years has had word filters, usually for the sake of doing funny things. Like, say, for instance, back, I believe, in 2015, 2016, they replaced all instances of soy with base. Which fucked with people for a great many years, and they just never rolled it back. So, of course, this led to an evolution of the way that people speak there. This is outright censorious, and this is a perfect example of the sort of thing that's been happening over the last 10 years, really, when it comes to 4chan. It starts secretly implementing these things, and people would be very confused, and it would cause a lot of problems with communication. So you're going to try and get around the filters, but people will just make new terms to get around the filters, as Troon was an older way of getting around the filter.
Yeah. I was thinking it might be. So it's a shame that it's cut off at the edge. I'm not sure what happened there. I think it came from a post on Twitter, perhaps, that I don't have access to currently. But this is the Janny's talking, I think, and it's leftist stuff. It's what you'd expect. Symptoms of etc. etc. Paul are just relentlessly shitposting. Words that summer nons get into a tizzy. It sounds to me like an attempt to sort of counter right-wing free speech. Don't forget the ancient filter to change egg to duck. I am not familiar with that. As I said, I have a sort of distant experience of 4chan's culture. I only used it myself briefly. And then there's this, seemingly they have, this is probably known already, but a public and a private reason for bans, which is a bit iffy. I'm not sure about that. Not sure I would want to have that myself. And then, yeah, a couple of examples there. Hello, honey.
The matcha's arrived.
Thank you, honey. What is this? Oh, no, it's nuts. I don't like nuts.
We all know you love
Hold on, honey. There is some more downstairs. All over the place. It fills the kitchen.
I can't have Easter eggs until Easter.
But I'm hungry. Please don't climb on anything to get it, honey. Chat, she's vandalizing my ornament. It's my ornament. She's vandalized it. It was neat on the shelf, and now you've ripped it off the shelf and handed it to me. Bear in mind, this ornament, I'm there's loads of chocolate downstairs. I could just have the chocolate downstairs, but for some reason she wants me to eat my ornament. But honey, it's Easter in 2 days. It is in 2 days. Thank you, honey. I guess I should actually eat it. What do you reckon, chat? It's been there since Christmas. Do you reckon it's going to have sugar bloom?
I don't think it would at this point.
Recommends that I eat it. Well, I mean, if Cybersmith says to eat it, then why the hell wouldn't I? Eat my ornament. Sounds highly sexual to Scarab. What? Cybersmith says, according to Harry Potter, it will protect you from Dementors. Please explain this. Marsh, how would putting it in the freezer help? Also, how the hell do you expect this to fit in the freezer? Do you see how big it is? It's the size of my torso of chocolate. Snap it, says Scott. But then it wouldn't be an ornament anymore. Sugar doesn't bloom. Fat does. It's just the fat separating from the emulsion. It's something like that. I think it's called sugar bloom. Hold on. Let me find out. Sugar bloom. Yeah, this. It's I looked this up years ago. It's completely safe, but it changes the consistency and the flavor a little bit of chocolate. It looks weird. Right, says, how do you expect it to fit? You don't see how big it is. Yeah, that is something I just said. You can also unbloom chocolate by melting it and mixing it back. Yeah, I bet you can. Yeah, because it's not like this isn't mold. It's just the ingredients that are already there, just separating out. Remove a fridge shelf, put it in diagonally. Cybersmith, that would work if there was nothing else in the fridge or freezer. But sadly, there is. We use them. Yes, Agent Ice, you are correct. Apparently there is a distinction. But I'm still pretty sure the one that chocolate goes through is sugar bloom. Monster and apple juice. I mean, quite a lot of it is that, yes. So hold on a second. How, Cybersmith, can you explain? Oh, hold on. Cybersmith says chocolate releases endorphins. Lupin recommended that Harry eat some after an encounter with Dementors. Okay, how would endorphins help against monsters? I guess it's Harry Potter. They can fucking do what they want. Now, Cybersmith, the question...
In Harry Potter, the Dementors eat negative emotions and negative experiences, so they drain you of your life that way. So eating something that gives endorphins makes you happy.
Better keep you safe, Invader.
Fuck off.
What? That was a note of sympathy, asshole. Cybersmith. Cybersmith, here's the question.
To keep the dementia away.
Reflex Pavlovian response. I'm used to it.
Here's the question, Cybersmith.
Now,
do you believe that that's literally true? That you can protect yourself from actual real Dementors by eating chocolate? That's not what I'm asking, Cybersmith. I'm not asking, does chocolate make you slightly happier sometimes? I'm asking, do you believe Dementors are real? Ghost says, of course, if you've ever been attacked by a Dementor. There was that one time where I stopped eating chocolate for a while where I was attacked by a bit of a Dementor, but I don't think that was a real Dementor. It's just a little bit of a Dementor. That must have been it.
Sniffed by Joe Biden?
The crazy woman is indistinguishable from the Dementor.
Ah, okay. Cybersmith has made sure to clarify that as Muggles, you assume we're Muggles, Cybersmith, which is quite a big assumption on your part. Given especially that I am literally a wizard, but never mind. He says that we can't see them, so it's hard to know for sure. Chocolate doesn't protect you from Dementors. It's just useful for recovering from an encounter with one. Well, this is very useful information. As it turns out, I have not recently encountered any Dementors, so I should be okay. Shield yourself from Dementoids with chalky milk that you know of. What signs should I be looking out for that I have been recently accosted by a Dementor? Unexpected
coldness. As long as you haven't been to the Dementia Dome, you're probably fine.
Unexpected coldness. I don't think I've ever had that. It's always something that you can explain. Dementors only attack Potter fags. Okay, that's interesting. Loss of positive emotions, sudden appearance of mist and fog. I've never noticed that second one, and the positive emotions thing. That's giving a name to random fluctuations that happen anyway. People around you becoming soulless husks. Well, we've all experienced that. That's a good point. If Dementors only attack Potter fags, much might be in danger. Yeah, retail work is the same thing. Hololive fans right now. Oh yeah, Gura. Yeah, let's all celebrate Gura moving on to a brighter future, probably, maybe.
Too soon.
I haven't watched her video, but like she's been basically inactive. Like the world's most famous and successful VTuber, completely inactive for 2 years. And now suddenly she's like, ooh, actually, turns out Hololive was the issue. I'm not sure it was, to be honest. I guess we'll find out. She forgot her password. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility.
Women do forget things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's try and finish the story we were on. I don't think I have any other sort of sources or data on this. So, the upshot being that this hack is probably not in and of itself necessarily the end of 4chan, but given the circumstances and given how bad it's being revealed to be, it might in fact lead to it. Given the security is so bad, they'll have to keep it down for a while to fix it, and that might just be an impossible job. And even when they do fix it, people are going to be so unlikely to trust it, even though they should have already distrusted it, that they probably won't go back there. And in the time that it's down, they'll find an alternative, which will become the new main 4chan. So 4chan, the sort of slice of the internet called 4chan will never die. 4chan itself, though, is not forever. And much like with Cabal and with the Discord server it runs on, we should not become attached to where it's instantiated. We should only be attached to the people that comprise it. And also the principles that those people operate by. So if this Discord server ever gets taken down, Cabal is unaffected. It's just a mild inconvenience.
The idea of 4chan cannot be so easily killed. That will continue to move wherever it needs to be.
Yeah.
4chan as a site, however, will likely not last much longer, I don't think.
Yeah. Daka says, I said it in elsewhere. I'm not hit super hard by Guru's announcement. I've been expecting it for a while. I'll fucking lose it when Rainer graduates. I haven't been following VTubers that much over the last year or so. We'll maybe talk about that a bit more later in the show. I planned on making it a big topic today, but we'll talk about it a bit. Looking at the 4chan leaks, developer request, have sex. It's hard to parse what's going on here exactly, but again, bad crop. Not sure what this means, what we're seeing here. Is this a board which is just for admins? Because the numbers here are very low. Scroll further, says Spooner. 4chan Janny complains about the Pokemon anime thread. It's a lot to read over something I do not care about. Good morning, my name is Ken Sama, 27-year-old American otaku. Okay, so that sounds like a copy paste.
It's not a copy pasta, I can tell you that.
Oh my god.
These were the people in charge of moderating 4chan.
Hold on. I train by completing the captcha every day. I'm able to do it right every time because I've recognized every captcha over 1,000 times. Vastly superior to other non-pass users on Earth. Well, my first 4chan pass 2 years ago, I've been paying every month since I mastered the art of completing the capture. Okay, it may not be a copy pasta where it's posted here, but it's not meant seriously, surely.
Never know with these people. They are Jannies after all.
2016 debate by 4chan Jannies about how to moderate the anime board. 4chan Jannies note the rise of MAGA politics and Donald Trump. When was this then? This is 2016. Don't see as many MAGA hats on JP as I expected because they adopted Momoji as a mascot for some reason. 2022 4chan janitor discussion about VTubers. 2024 apparently Rape Ape is a 4chan staffer. That's interesting. If you guys remember,
quite the name, huh?
Yeah, but it is. If you guys remember, Farfetch'd. Someone who, that's good, Gura, Freeman crossover. Farfetch'd was active in Cabal between sort of 2020 to 2021, that kind of time. And she seemed quite nice. Her Steam was Rapier Ape. So here's what I'm thinking. It's her. Farfetch'd is the Rape Ape. I think she's still on the server, so we could ask her. Just nothing from the server for over a year, and then just suddenly, are you the Rape Ape? That's what she. That's what she came to Cabal for, and definitely not what she left it for. Actually, I have no idea why she left. She started a family, so that could have been it. Rape Ape, also known as Tyrone to some. Well, what to you, Invader? Like, how did you know? Now you can respond reflexively, Invader. 4chan mod debates creating religion.
Nigger name out of a hat, man.
Yeah, but it was your hat. Oh god, Tom just pinged her. 4chan mod debates creating religion and a philosophy board. Janitor responds that the X board paranormal kind of fits religion. I'm not sure about that. I may well agree in a certain sense, but it's not quite the same topic, is it? 2023, seemingly in response to Moshi Moshi Moan, 4chan Janitor wants the word Shud auto-filtered. 4chan Jannies lament the downfall of B. 2022, someone made a ChatGPT bot that effectively derailed poll threads after being trained on 3 years of shitposts. I think, Invader, you've got your mic still on. Hello, yes?
No.
I mean, yeah, you just said that. So, yeah, you do.
I'm on push to talk, not VoIP.
Oh, okay. Then it must be Ducksmith. Unless you're lying. I mean, you did lie about the pegging thing. So, look, yes, look at the travesty that's befallen me. You see this? You see this small chocolate bar? The travesty is that this ornament, which does contain chocolate, but I was using it as an ornament. March is trying to force me to actually eat it. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. The travesty. Thank you, Years. I've got someone on my side. Yeah, I did not give up chocolate for Lent. Some people did, but I didn't. It says consume the fucking product. Ducksmith's mic is disconnected. I'm going to go with its Invader then. Yeah, yes, I have tried American chocolate in the past. I wasn't impressed. Currently, VR
well, it
is
does
suffering
literally
from
contain some components of stomach acid, so that
Jesus.
would be why.
That would explain it. Currently, VR is suffering from a massive brain drain in its years of existence. Every topic has been explored. I'm not sure what VR, what board is VR? I mean, unless it's just virtual reality.
I believe so.
Very well could be. 4chan janitors couldn't ban users, at least back in 2016. They could only request mods to ban people. That makes sense. I mean, for a community of Cabal size, we already have 2 layers of, or 2 levels of effect, that's like sort of moderator. Although I am planning to change that to being, well, in a sense 3, but only 1 will be active with moderator powers. Hershey's. I think it was Hershey's chocolate was the one I tried from America, and yeah, it was really bad.
That would do it.
HFNH says, that is Wonka amounts of chocolate. It's not quite a river flowing through our house. Perhaps we should get that set up. The fucking guru posting in chat right now. Okay, so third-party archivers, FBI.gov. Interesting. 4chan mod complains about his board rules and policies. More threads that seem to pop up every day unrelated to his HIS history, right? STEM major hate threads dedicated to atheism and science, threads dedicated to making fun of atheists and science. Was this country historically a black culture or a white culture? Are you laugh, you lose threads allowed on GIF? And if not, could we perhaps get a warn template made for this? Seeing an increasing number of people report the... So this is pretty general gay shit. Like, if you're running 4chan, to be honest, even this level of moderated discussion may be too much. The smart way to run something is to have as few rules you have to enforce as possible.
Especially for a site as big as 4chan.
Yeah. Bright says, I request you ban the user Upstanding Bright for his years of upstanding service. Unfortunately, the upstanding service has only been quite recently, as he changed his name due to a recent conflict. So I'm afraid there has not yet been enough upstanding service. Ginger says, earlier you said that Gura had not produced any content in 2 years. Are you sure? Not literally, but the rate had been very, very low. With the amount of sheer obsessing I've seen in the server, I could have sworn she was actively producing stuff. Barely. People liked her because she was likable and the biggest VTuber, or at least in some metrics. But she'd been very inactive for a long time. Yeah, she was also famously very bad at maths, as Jade there has posted. She, at one point, literally did not comprehend what 2x2 meant. Like, she was building something in Minecraft and chat was saying 2x2. And she did not, it took her like 15 minutes to understand what it meant. And she was trying. She was genuinely trying. Gura only shows up once every few months and it's good fun every time, says Bright. Yes, it was. It was a big tree. 2x2 saplings. It is just a stupid thing. She's American. All right. Back in ye olden days of 2013, 4chan mods and Genesis announced when they would be on a vacation, seemingly so other staff could pick up the slack. Makes some sense. Oh yeah, she also likes bath pizza for some reason. 4chan had private reasons to ban people. There's the screenshot from earlier. All the 4chan. Okay, here we go. There's 4chan word filters. Some PC related stuff. PC cuck. So nigger. Sony drone. Sony cuck. Nin toddler.
Yeah, that one's been around a while.
I love how they did. It's not case sensitive. No, it is case sensitive. So they had to redo it every time.
Mm-hmm.
This is all stuff from a particular. Oh, okay. So it. All right. So it was a conversion filter. So all the like PC cuck went to PC bro, and so nigger went to Sony bro. So they were just trying to sanitize it without actually changing the meaning very much. But obviously, it is changing the meaning. It's right. That's why it's case sensitive, because they're idiots and they didn't want to code anything more specific, so they just wrote more lines. But it looks like that was either it for the entire board, or it was it for just this one. Maybe whoever was running, whichever Janny was running specifically this board, requested this. Because this is, it doesn't show the full screenshot, but maybe it's in the source code though. But hold on, how much of it is that? It looks like there's it looks like this is maybe about a quarter, maybe between like a tenth and a quarter of all of the words. So there could be a lot more than just this. Although, okay,
each board also had their own list as well.
Okay. So one half is from, the other half is to, and you can see here. Oh, hold on, let's do this. You see here, it splits in the middle. So it looks like this, it might be roughly all of them shown here, actually. I guess, as you said, this is probably just for one board.
Yeah. Again, each board has their own filter list. They are independent. For instance, certain things that you couldn't get away with saying on poll without it being filtered, you'd be able to say on other boards without it being filtered.
This is a lot of there's a lot of Gamergate stuff.
That's been around a long time.
Yeah, this is from back in 2014.
I believe. Yeah, so back when that was happening, it was actually quite a contentious issue because we could all kind of see the way things were going. And we decided, yeah, it might be for the best that we move somewhere else, given what's going on. Because initially it was haha funny, and then it very quickly became a lot more malicious.
Did Mume announce she was retiring as well? No, I didn't know that. You can't even say, well, at least we've still got a sound alike. Now you got no one that sounds like Guru left. All right. Lots more of these chat logs. Current policy to delete anything related to the Gamergate, except on B for some reason.
I wonder how long that's been a thing for.
How 4chan censored Gamergate in 2014. Why are you censoring us, mods? Just please. Mods asleep. I've got it. So they were just messaging each other with threads to get rid of. This is how pretty much every moderator system works, unless it's a professional one. Wow. Daka, the question is, if this many people are leaving HoloLive, how long do you think Crony's going to last? That's right. I can make you feel worse about the situation. All right, and now on to the very serious news about Gura. Here is a picture of Gura. This is what's just retired.
Seems accurate.
Yeah. I didn't know Nike sold shoes in packs of 3, or maybe they just have to keep buying like two pairs at a time and then just wearing 3 of them and alternating which one they use.
Probably.
Yeah, that's true, Bright, to be honest. Hmm. This guy says, so I just counted, and 105 out of 140 threads on V are either Gamergate spam or for free spam. For free there, I assume meaning they do it for free, the Jannies.
Yes. Yeah, it is a long-running meme.
Yes. Chat, stop distracting me with VTuber stuff. Dang, at least now the best VTuber ship, Ame Same, can continue, but with different names. Right. Anyway, more of these leaks. I'm just trying to see if there's anything beyond just these chat leaks, because it's not that interesting. But oh wow, this is the second part of the thread. We could go through this more. Did you see anything else, Quattro, to indicate that 4chan is just run by feds? Because I think the thing that we saw that indicated it was the amount of posts from Israel. But if that was fake, then I don't know if we know that.
So there are a couple indicators. First off, there were a lot, pretty much all of the emails for the moderators and Jannies had been leaked, many of which had edu domains.
Yeah.
And they were also, it was found that a bunch of them were, in fact, current university professors.
Yes.
And we do know that the U.S. federal government has quite a lot of involvement with many of these universities.
Mm.
So it is highly likely that they may be doing so at the behest of certain organizations that glow.
Mm.
They're perfectly fine to quote unquote do it for free because they're not getting their money directly from 4chan, but from the feds.
Yeah.
If at all.
Oh, Broken
again,
Crown.
It would be funny. Ooh.
Broken Crown just got a stream taken now. Interesting. Aiden, want to come talk about YouTube censorship with a veteran? Not that kind of veteran, you understand, chat. I'm not stealing valor. She would also be very interested in the 4chan thing, I expect. Not that kind of... That's not even the same word, Skog. But dang, how many of those are still left? You didn't let me finish. How many of those are still left a year from now? Dun dun dun. Thank you, Ginger. She was already back. Okay, are they going now? Truthian, man. No, not the same either. It's true, I have seen some shit. Anyway, yeah, so they are leaking the Jannies Insta. They are leaking the Jannies faces. They are leaking the Jannies addresses, their YouTube accounts, their Twitter accounts, even DeviantArt accounts. It might be unironically over, they say. So naturally, I can't support this, but I do understand the way the internet works. If people are important enough, even in the context of being fucking 4chan Jannies, then if they're suddenly discovered, their identity is suddenly discovered, then unscrupulous individuals will do this. I don't endorse the actions themselves, but I do recognize the sort of broader motions that bring them into pass. And I'm not against getting generalities from what's discovered, or I wouldn't share the exact identities. Even if they aren't feds, they do appear to be, as I think was mentioned earlier, basically just Reddit mods running a form of Reddit that people use because of its appearance to support free speech, but which is actually just a less featureful version of Reddit. Alcatraz says get Gura on stream. Maybe I'd allow Gura to come on stream if she wants to. Get her to ping me, chat.
That would be very interesting.
JDev reckons Crony or Ina leave this year. Honestly, chat, those of you that are sad about this, don't be. If Gura is leaving because of Hololive, then she's likely to make more content under Senzawa, which is her original identity, which I'm happy to say because the voices are identical anyway, and it's obvious. If it wasn't for that reason, then you'll probably be getting the same amount of content you were before anyway, which is almost nothing. The actual Gura costume and identity was very recognizable, but the content from Gura was pretty much gone already.
We have just had a successful purging of some of the most vocal anime racists in Cabal. So maybe some VTubers aren't out of the question entirely.
I mean, that wasn't the reason, it wasn't out of the question for me to talk to VTubers anyway. But obviously, it might have been for them, given that there is quite a lot of spice over here. It might scare them off.
Look, the conversation isn't for everyone.
Not that kind of racist, yes. When Invader says anime racist, and I wouldn't use the term myself, but he means someone who just thinks anime is bad across the board. Which is not quite what Wes was, but he was not far off that.
He was.
He did sometimes say that he had liked a few animes. He'd liked 2 or 3 that he'd watched. But generally speaking, yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
That is literally the Nazi holding out the hand of his Jewish friend and saying, "This one doesn't go in the camp because he's my friend." It's the exact same shit.
That's one way of putting it, I suppose. Cybersmith is very eager to let us know that he's recently been censored, and that it wasn't just Tumblr that censored him. It was, in fact, the commie Illuminati fascist tyrants on Tumblr. Now, I'm not necessarily disagreeing that they're tyrannical, although I'm not sure exactly what you were censored for. There are some things it is reasonable to censor for, but I don't think that was the case here necessarily. But isn't that isn't Tumblr where you got well known? Is that your account? The account that you got well known on? The human pet one? Alcatraz says, can't wait for the Pippa Oozaloo collab. I think I'm too spicy for Pippa. Maybe Kershaw would be able to handle it, but I'm not even sure about that. Okay, understood, Cybersmith. Well, we will get to that today. Most likely. Anyway, let us go to a different story. Unless there's anything else you want to add on the fortune topic before we move on, Quattro?
I don't think there's much else that I have, at least at the moment. Still doing some digging, but if I come up with anything else, we'll definitely share that.
I appreciate it. All right, let me move on then. Hold on, found more cost-effective substitute for Monster. £5 bucket of horse electrolytes. Never getting hungover again or being iron deficient. Sipping on half of a horse dose. And he feels great. His skin is tingling. Chat, press 1 if I should get a £5 bucket of horse electrolytes and then have some before every stream.
Make sure that you also get the Gorilla Chow biscuits. Or with it.
Here are the fucking ones. Here they are. At last. Scarab says, is it just me or does everyone have the... Oh, go on.
Everything that I know about the similarities between human anatomy and horse anatomy suggests that there'd literally be no problem with you doing that.
Well, chap, now's your lucky day. Because you can just go to gift.oozaloo.net and either suggest the horse electrolytes, or better yet, You can actually have them shipped to me. You could literally have them sent to me. Right, it says half a horse dose is too much, or you think, but it's the exact same stuff as Gatorade. I don't think I've ever had Gatorade, actually. I'm not sure it works like that either, Ducksmith. If you buy you horse electrolytes, will you consume them on stream? Maybe. Mix nicotinamide and caffeine in sugar. Is it time for the wizard to abandon his humanity by eating animal food? I mean, it depends. Depends how much... wait, did someone just do it already? I heard a ping.
Fast.
I heard a ding. Was that someone doing it already?
Whatever you do, do not go full Vosh.
There's
Keep the bit going.
No one's done it yet. Is that because they're all cowards? I'll leave that up to you to determine, chat. Hello, Vil. When you said horse electrolyte, Gatorade is not what came to mind. No, more like Horserade. Okay, new gift suggestion has in fact come in. Let's have a look. Not quite what we're talking about. Okay, Quattro, I'll give you one guess as to what has just been suggested, which is not quite what we meant by horse electrolytes, but I would admit it's that there is a sort of similarity. What would you guess?
It's going.
Is it a horse dildo?
It's a horse dildo.
Well, look, they just want to give you a matching one for.
For what?
Complete your set
For your night in the lodge?
All right, wait. That's it.
Sumner says Dev has one of these. It wouldn't surprise me.
I'm sure he has a whole collection.
Industrial birthing lube. Ghost is noting how good a deal it is. Ghost, I don't recommend it. It's the electrolyte applicator. Look, if that's what's required, I'm not doing it, okay? Spooner, the same standard Vorschery. No, the fact that it's horses. Like, okay, listen. It may be horses, and it may involve a horse dildo, but it's not funded by USAID, so it's distinctly different from Vorsch. So there you go. Yes, thank you, chat, for suggesting that. That means that someone right now has it's not even like Bad Dragon, it's some brand I've never heard of. Someone has like a search on Amazon or wherever for horse dildo in their browser history right now. One of you has that. And there's another gift suggestion. Let's see what we've got here. What's it going to be, chat? Could it be horse lube? It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
So tell me,
Yep.
How much do you like Glock, Oozlu?
I'm not into your weird fetishes, Invader. I don't like Gok. The transformation, chat, is nearing completion. They've sent me the horse mask. They've sent me the horse, penis, and the horse electrolytes. I think my community is trying to turn me into a horse. So another horse dildo has hit the Thrones account. At Moch, honey, help. They are trying to turn me into a horse. There you go. All right, there's another suggestion. Let's see what this is. Ivermectin. Let's see what the next suggestion is. And it's Equine America Apple Lights Powder. Premium horse and pony something. Hold on. It is from Amazon. Premium horse and pony performance supplement. Replenishes lost electrolytes and accelerates recovery. Yeah, it's horse electrolytes. They finally got around to sending me the thing I actually asked for. There you go. There's the horse electrolytes. Yes. Yes, how could you think that the horsing around we've been doing is not worth it? There will be actual news, don't worry. Worm dehorser. Oh no. Removes horses from your worms. I think I had seen that at some point. Oh my god, there's another suggestion. What is it? What's it this time?
Boy.
Oh god, there's two more. Horse inflatable costume adult. And another one, inflatable horse costume adult. Did two separate people... It's two separate people just sent me the same fucking product. It's not the same person either. Do you know why I know it's not the same person? Because one is in dollars and one is in pounds. It's people from two different fucking continents sent me the same product within seconds of each other. And it's not some
Sharing
common
the same
product.
brain cell.
It's an inflatable horse costume. Within 8 seconds of each other, they said the same fucking thing.
Quantum brain cell theory is a real fucking thing.
We're going to just have to rename this to the horsing around stream. It's just inevitable.
Apparently.
Hey now, don't misbehave.
Yeah, so here's where today's stream has led us, chat. Hold on, if I do move to there. Why the fuck did it not move? Oh, that's not where I wanted at all. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is where today's stream has taken us. This costume.
Brilliant. Not a 10 stream.
Ezreal, it is gift.oozlu.net. Yes, Pug, as you have identified, it is possible to... Why is equine vaginal the first thing suggested? Equine... You could... as Pug has just discovered... It was Pug. Was it Pug? Yeah. As Pug has just discovered, you can send me an equine vaginal speculum as a surprise gift.
Clip that.
I'm not saying I want you to, just you can, it's possible.
Well, it's not a surprise anymore now, is it, Oozaloo? You've ruined it.
Your Amazon delivery guy is gonna be fucking weirded out.
Okay, Pug, congratulations for outing yourself knowing what a speculum is. Pug says, I suggested a book. Is it, by any chance, a book about horse impregnation? Might I be somewhere close to the mark on that one? How to think like a horse, the essential handbook. Yep, it's
Can we stop horsing around and get back to the politics?
What are you talking about? This is the important part of today's stream. Yeah, how to think like a horse.
Pony up for all these gifts.
All right, Invader, that was not worth it. No politics, only horse. Look, all I'm saying is we've dropped 0 viewers since we're talking about horses, so this is clearly what people are here for.
See,
I'm surprised yours hasn't left yet.
Channel status and audience has been changed to vouching around.
Spooner, why the horse flip? Okay, there is another gift suggestion. Let's see what this is. Okay, there's 3 new gifts. There is an anime about horses. There is a piece of bondage equipment, which is horse related. And then there is Char Aznable on a horse, the action figure. Do you know, Quattro, I feel like I know who suggested at least one of these items. And it's not you, but you do know the person who I'm thinking of.
Probably.
So here is the Shah Aznable horse action figure.
Neat.
Damn. They've really put in a lot of effort to make that look nice. They've managed to find a way to make it relevant
sweet.
to both of the people on the stream.
Yeah. What are the odds?
I didn't know they made action figures of you, Quattro.
Did.
Fucking Hans. Thank you, JDF. Okay, and another gift suggestion. Hold on, before we go on though, here is an anime about horses and possibly horse girls that was suggested. Are you familiar with this one, Quattro? Because I feel like someone in your household might be.
Oh, I think I actually happen to know what that is. I've heard of this.
Oh no.
So no, there is a very funny story behind it because this is based off of actual Japanese horse racing, and there is this whole little thing going on behind the scenes where a bunch of these Yakuza guys who own these horses that they're based off of, these characters going, no, mine needs to have bigger tits. No, mine needs to have the biggest tits. And then they start threatening people overseas with legal action and various other things for drawing lewd artwork of these characters.
Okay, and here is another suggestion. Someone has recommended. Hold on, let me just get this up. Oh, come on, hard drive. There we go. There we go. Someone has suggested a horse quilt. I think maybe it's time to stop. Uh-oh.
No, I have one more contribution to make here because I have to inform the chat that this is a real kit that you can get.
Wow. That is a horse.
Yes. Oh, and what's even funnier, canonically, there is a horse that is piloting the horse.
Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. I have just been.
You remember that little bit of G Gundam that I showed you? How they have like the mocap suits on? Yes, the horse is in the mocap suit in there.
Right. I see. So, chat. I've just been linked something from a certain someone in the server who will fail to remain anonymous. And he might regret linking me this. But he has linked me 50 disposable veterinary insemination gloves, which are for some reason labeled gardening. Now, would the individual who has linked me these gloves, would that individual like to step forward and reveal themselves? Kaiserholt says, oh no, it's not me, is it? Spooner says, who would do such a thing? I see we are horsing around.
Oh no, it's Ginger, isn't it?
Really, any assumption here would be a reasonable one. Dude, you can get 50 of these long plastic insemination rectal gloves for $13.99. Incredible. Someone says, did you not know horses are actually plants? Okay, I think with that, it's time to move on. Well, Bright, because I know your mother. Anyway, Let's just give one more refresh on the cursed list, shall we, and see if anyone's got anything new on there. Nope, that is it for so far. And I don't think anyone has sent me any surprise gifts either. No one's sending me a literal horse. So I appreciate that. Okay, good. Let's see what other news we have today, or any news at all. Yeah, this was somewhat interesting. So Lord Miles had some insights on having gone to Africa. He says, my impressions of dealing with the locals in many parts of Africa is that they believe in magic soil. They don't see white areas as being nice because white people made those areas nice. They see white areas as being nice because of magic, and the evil, selfish white people are trying to keep the magic all to themselves. They'll complain endlessly that the white parts of the world don't have litter all over the streets, burnt out cars sitting in vacant, overgrown lots, and don't have daily shootouts like the ghetto they're from. It never occurs to them that they are the reason why those places they are from are so shitty. Then they'll come over to those nice areas, make them exactly like where they came from, and not see the link. It would have to be like that for it to have happened so many times. They'd have to not understand it. So, it's a bit passé for us to just say, ha, look at the idiots. But it really is an impressive degree of it. I mean, bear in mind that humans being intelligent is not even that universal, and animals being intelligent is certainly very rare. Humans are pretty much the only ones that have made it work so well. For most animals, the best strategy is just to eat and proliferate and fill the space. And whichever animal species can do that first will dominate that landscape. There'll be mass starve-offs, and it'll be constantly starving right at the edge of starvation the whole time. And it'll be horrifying. It'll be plagues and whatnot, but the population overall survives. The only group of the group of humans that made it more about individuals were white, and then they were very successful. Not exclusively. There were, there's a bit of a gradient there, but whites did it most successfully. If a group, like how low IQ would a group have to be to believe this? Not actually that low. About what we know the average to be for Africans.
Normies.
No, Cyberswift. Malthusianism was not even close to the word I was looking for. I don't see how that's related. Yeah, Somnus, nobody sent me a horse yet.
The word being yet.
Yes. But yeah, I'm not sure what really to say about this. It's just interesting. I think I kind of knew this already, but there are a lot of magical beliefs from that part of the world. But it's just remarkable how much more common they are than mundane beliefs. Even some of the blacks that make it to leadership positions, like in South Africa, seem to believe that the places where white people are just are better, regardless who's there. Like where the crops are grown, well, crops are there, so they're better, so we should have that. It's just so little thought goes into it. But it comes back again to, okay, then how do you deal with it? Babysitting, upgrade, or deletion. What option would you choose, chat? Yeah, that is also true, Cybersmith. A phrase that I have said a few times. Cyber Africans. But yeah, the notion that if Africans simply had a sort of cheating technology, then they would also have clean streets, as you put it. Yeah, Malthusianism has nothing to do with population density or population patterns. It's just an ideology that says that we should arbitrarily reduce population numbers. Indeed, dick washers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coco the Gorilla had 83 IQ, apparently. Although it depends on how you measure it, because apes, like our ape or ape relatives, have way better memory than humans, but way less capacity for reasoning. It's a trade-off that we made early on. Wolf, why are you looking up how to gift wrap a horse? Okay, Cybersmith, I'm not sure that's particularly on topic. Someone says Cybersmith overlooks the fact that Wakanda was created in 1966 by a New York Jew. It's not actually an African legend. No, but they fucking love it, though. At least today they do. It definitely appeals to them. Yes, Cybersmith, stay on topic. We're talking about horses. All right, let's see what else we got. Yes. 4chan, say something. Chicken jockey. No. Well, if chicken jockey was this something that was actually in the movie, or was this like it's Morbin time kind of situation where it wasn't actually in the movie? Also, is chicken jockey actually in the movie, or is it part of some like parody video that was made about the movie? So I have not seen it.
I don't know, and
it is.
Oh my god, it is actually in the movie.
But do you know what this is in reference to?
What, the Minecraft
this
movie?
Was well, yes, but this was the last post that was made before the hack.
Oh. Good. Bright Hope posting about VTubers again. She's gonna have to change her outfit, Bright, but it'll be the same shit. Okay, so I guess chicken jockey then. I guess that's the clarion call for 4chan. Okay, good news, chat. Ligma is going to become real. Ligma could potentially become a real medical condition. The National Institute of Health asked a man with a rare genetic condition to name it, and he's currently considering Ligma. So,
don't let your memes just be dreams, kids.
Yeah. Pretty soon, if someone asks you, hey, do you have Ligma? You can just say, nope, I'm healthy. And then they'll say, Ligma balls! And then everyone will laugh. Is it a condition related to the balls? I don't know. It's a good point. You know what? I think it's probably worth looking this up because this could quite easily be fake. Ligma joke. Nation politely tells the United States to put a tariff on Ligma. What? I don't think that's the same story. There's a Reddit post about it here. Let's see if they link to something. Oh, black scientist. That must be fake. Someone's just gone ahead and asked, what's Ligma? Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls.
Autumn?
The Ligma enigma. Okay,
no,
so Dexerto is
the Sligma, but have you heard about Pugma?
Whatma?
Pugma.
Sugma? Sugma balls?
Oh, no. Pugma.
Ugma? Ugma what? Ugma balls?
Damn it.
How would that even work? Ugma?
No, Tugma.
Oh. I see. I'm getting an idea of where that might be going. Somnus why? Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to tug balls. That's not very comfortable.
No, you don't tug the balls. It's Tugma shaft.
Mm-hmm. Tugma VTuber heartstrings, right, Daka and Bright? Ligma can become a recognized medical condition thanks to one man's rare disease. But what is it a disease of? A fan of the H3 podcast phoned in to ask Ethan Klein to help him name his rare genetic condition after being approached to do so by the National Institute of Health. So it was his fault. On April 11th, a caller named Typo was featured as a special guest on an episode of the H3 podcast where he described his unique genetic disorder and the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity it's given him. Typo explained that he'd been ill for most of his life, but was only properly diagnosed after going to the hospital when he began to feel especially sick 5 years ago. After getting a full blood workup, doctor said he had stage 4 cancer, but 8 biopsies and several invasive surgeries later, it was actually determined that Typo was aging differently due to an issue with his telomeres. If that's how it's pronounced, which probably isn't. Telomeres, maybe. So basically, it's not related to the balls, but it is related to immaturity, which I think works. Cellular senescence. Senescence means old age. Or it might mean dying of old age. It definitely means old age in some sense. Oh, look, there's some there's some things for you all to lig on. To better explain Typo's condition, we'll have to give you a quick science lesson. Telomeres are protective structures on the ends of chromosomes. They help protect them from unraveling or getting entwined with each other. Think of them like caps on the end of your shoelaces. When you're born, your telomeres are long and they gradually shorten as you age. However, Typo's telomeres are extremely short despite being in his early 30s, leading to a whole host of medical issues for him. According to Typo, your cells either need to stop dividing or die. In fact, Typo didn't even have a detectable telomere on his chromosomes at one point. For now, doctors are working to determine whether Typo's condition is an autoimmune disease or a telomere biology disorder. But in the interim, the National Institute of Health has given him the opportunity to name it. I guess they'd usually name it after themselves, but in this case, they're just going to Ligma. So, okay, fair enough. We understand what it's called now. Okay, there were some other ideas. At first, Typo thought Ligma was a perfect fit, but worried it was too low effort. The doctor he initially spoke to about it didn't get it. Suggestions came flooding in from the chat, which includes everything from Bofa, Shrek swamp disease, and Benjamin Button cancer disease, which would be acronym BBC. However, Ligma continued to be a popular option, and it's one that Typo feels a kind of responsibility over. Quote, I feel like this is the dream that the entire internet has always waited for. The actual Ligma joke is not that old. You'll find out here, actually. Added 6 years ago. So yeah, about 2019-ish. Years, it's not, we're not talking about horses anymore. We've stopped horsing around. We're talking about Ligma now. It's much more interesting. Call it A.G. McAge face syndrome. Yep, that's pretty good. Thank you, Trump. Very, very cool. Good. Okay, fantastic. Good. Yes.
You know what he could call
Ligma.
it? Solid snakeitis.
Colonel, I'm trying to age normally.
Colonel, I'm suffering from accelerated aging.
He did look like he was in 4.
No, he actually was.
In 4.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's the joke.
That's the premise.
Turn off the micro machine, but I'm stuck in the microwave.
Thank you, Invader. I'm very, very glad that we implemented the heckling system to allow Invader to speak. Ah, yes. There he goes, aging. We do a little aging. All right. JNF, why have you done this? JNF has drawn biblically accurate Gura. Yep. Chat, press 1 if that is the shark VTuber we know and love.
You know, a thought has just occurred to me, and it's a terrifying one. There are kids in high school that are younger than the last time that 4chan had a security update.
Yep, 9 years old.
There are kids in fucking school now that are actually younger than that, and like how the fuck do you get that bad? Why? How do you just not notice?
There are children right now watching and enjoying the Minecraft movie who were born since 4chan was updated. PH, there is a link to the YouTube stream in the User Content channel. You can watch it through there. Bright says, don't lie, nobody is enjoying the Minecraft movie. Bright, they are 9 years old, to be fair. Off to get some food, link to censorship topic before everyone. Yeah, I understand. Someone says, for Solid Snake, it was part that he was engineered for rapid aging and partly because Big Boss was in his 40s already when his DNA was taken for cloning, so his telomeres already underwent more than 4 decades of degradation. Okay, understood. Yeah, I had forgotten the story. Yeah, there it is. Where were you when Fortune dies? I was sat at home watching Minecraft movie when hero ring. Fortune is kill. Chicken jockey. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and rename the room to Chicken Jockey. It is done. All right. Chat, I'm going to go and grab a drink quickly. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'll leave you in the capable hands of either Quattro or the background music. Vil has had
here,
4
so.
children. Vil has had 4 children since 4chan was updated.
Yeah, that's oof.
Yes, Bright. She jockeys my chicken till I Minecraft. I'll be right back, guys.
So how you doing, chat? Uh-oh. I don't like where you're going with this, Scarab. Yeah, you know, Spooner, that also reminds me, the last time that 4chan got an update, I think is roughly around the time when Elder Scrolls 6 was announced. Ah, shit, here we go again, indeed. Let me check. Last time it was posted. Oh, that's quite a while. Guess we'll have to get Uzlu to check. I believe it was about 200-ish pounds. I'm not sure. So that game that's in development hell, we all know it is, because why wouldn't it be? Under Todd. But that announcement is younger than the last update to 4chan security as well. Good lord.
I still can't get over the fact that that announcement for The Elder Scrolls 6 came out closer to Skyrim's release date than to today. Scarab with the big cheer, putting Charcussy in a close second. Not that close, actually, but in second.
Holy shit.
Here we go. Charcussy in second place. Just edging out 8-bit.
Oh no.
Which Skyrim release date? True, Bright. True. The original one. The first one.
I'm in danger.
Ginger says, do you realize by saying the game in development hell, you could mean 6 different well-known and unknown countless other games? I'm sure that we do know.
Yeah,
that, yes.
yeah, that's true. Many such cases.
Spooner's shown a comment saying, I think Bethesda wants us to mod this trailer into a playable game. Yeah. Spooner says TAS 6 was announced in 2018. Yes, it was. That sounds right. And that means that, yes, 7 years. Which, yes, means that it's been, at least this year it will have been, if it isn't already.
You know, I think somebody else has probably pointed this out, but we are about as far from the release of Skyrim as Morrowind was to Skyrim's release.
Morrowind was 2001, wasn't it? So that's 10 years.
Actually, I know.
So-
Yeah, no, never mind. We're even farther now.
Yeah.
My bad.
You go from Half-Life
Goddamn.
1 to Skyrim in less time
I'm turning
than
to
from
dust,
Skyrim to
man.
today.
I'm turning to dust.
Literally, Half-Life-
Send help.
Half-Life 1 was, okay, 2002, my mistake. But Half-Life 1 was 98, I think. So that's
Yeah, that was 98.
13 years. The time, yeah, it is literally by 1 year. The time between Half-Life 1 and Skyrim is less than since Skyrim was released.
Good lord.
Yes, I too am turning to dust. Fire Festival 2 postponed. Who could possibly have seen it coming?
Why are they bringing it back?
That's what I was wondering
Why would
when
you
they
do that?
initially announced it. Chat, I'm opening my ornament.
Internet Historian has a very good video on the
Yes,
first
we've
Fire
all
Festival.
seen the Internet Historian video. Chat, I've opened my ornament. It's fucking enormous, this chocolate bar. Why does it open like this? I still can't get at the chocolate, you stupid box. Why would you do that? There's no, I still have to open it at the sides to get at it. Why would they trick me into defacing my ornament? Right. There. Get fucked, ornament. Okay. I can put that back up as an ornament later. There we go. It's a nice, modest-sized chocolate bar. Chat, it's almost Easter. It's not like I'm going to have a lot of chocolate to eat then, or anything. She defaces on me till I ornament. Bright, why are you in the mood of that joke right now? All right. Let's see what else we've got here. Ligma, and then there's this. Oh yeah. China has halted US beef imports and has struck a deal with Australia instead. Billions wiped out of US cattle ranchers' pockets. Is this making America great? They ask. And yeah, that is kind of an issue. But the reply here is kind of interesting. What other countries have over 1 billion people? We can just start selling beef to India. Small problem there. I'm not sure they've quite grasped it. Not sure they've quite grasped what the problem is there. Oh no, Bright, not your peanuts. But yeah, has China in fact halted US beef imports? Let's find out. China, US, oops, not B movie script. China, US beef. Okay, that's, none of that is about the same thing. This might be. Beijing is already choking off US exports on the sly. China juices trade war with non-tariff barriers targeting MAGA-friendly US export sectors. Yeah, okay. That is smart, but that's the kind of thing China does. The thing is, they usually do that kind of shit unprovoked, which is why they're asshole. Beijing is showing the Trump admin that tariffs aren't the only weapon in a trade war, says Politico. Long before Trump fired the opening shots of a new US-China trade, I would not say they were opening shots. I think China getting into that situation already was an opening shot against the US people. Something which successive useless politicians permitted, but still China helped to make it happen. China trade war from the White House Rose Garden last week. Beijing had been working to perfect its stealth campaign blocking key US agriculture and energy exports. The Chinese government over the past 4 months had halted or significantly curtailed direct imports of major US commodities, including beef, poultry, and liquefied natural gas through an array of bureaucratic blocks and tricky third-party sales deals. Now, the issue is that so the West reducing their dependence on China is a good idea. And so what Trump's doing is ultimately necessary, or something like it is necessary. China could have always done this. They could have always swapped their beef supply from the US to Australia or to anyone else. But I suspect that they are not going to get enough from these other countries, and that it's going to take a lot of time to get the rates up to where they were before. Now,
well,
unfortunately,
given the Chinese and their lack of understanding of logistics, this will go really well for them, I'm sure.
China has an advantage in this trade war in that they do not care about their people.
Yes.
So if they would starve millions, tens of millions, or hundreds of millions to protect the country as a whole, which not even protect its survival, which, that's the ultimately important thing, but to protect its power, its current status in the world. So if they have to, if that's the consequences of this, they'll do it. The US isn't going to do that, but the US is in a much better position anyway. The amount of products imported, I think I saw at some point that China imports way more from the US than the US imports from China, despite the fact that it's still too much. So this is smart. Like China targeting industries in the US, which are generally manned by MAGA supporters, is a smart idea for them. But ultimately, there's nowhere else they can get enough to suffice for this. What's this? USA dairy, pork, and poultry registrations renewed, while beef remains overdue. Okay, possibly there's more to it than Politico was saying. This is March, so this is probably not the same thing, Protogen. But let me know if you think it is. See if there's anything else here. I'm curious if Trump has a statement on this. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else here. It's most of this seems to be background and commentary. Well, we'll see what happens with that. This the trade war is very interesting and it's very necessary. Unfortunately, it's not just because it's necessary to do something doesn't mean exactly the way it's being done is necessary. So there's still room to criticize Trump potentially. So anything else? Any other thoughts you had on this, Quattro?
Not particularly.
JDF says apparently foreign investment in Shanghai dropped 90% in the past year. Bear in mind that however bad the press especially tells you it is for Trump, China's economy is not particularly stable at base.
It's always been a paper tiger.
Yeah, and they would absolutely hide if they had genuine problems. Like that's something that they can do. They can hide it much better than the US can, until it's too much. And I mean, worst case scenario, the Chinese end up eating Chinese beef. And I mean, that's just cruelty. Yeah, I think I had seen that somewhere. Why did they do that? Are you Vorsh posting, Thomas? Worst case scenario, the Chinese end up eating the Chinese. Well, worst for them, yes. Wolf, why? Why just because it's beef related if you post this, rimmed by passionate people? All right, next thing.
Can we stop Vorsh posting now?
I would appreciate it. Spooner says, I'm still wondering who posted those gloves at Uzulu. We may never know. The individual who did so has not come forward. Well, not to anyone else. Anyway, J.K. Rowling hails victory for women after Supreme Court trans ruling. It's become a fucking rarity. It's become almost unheard of. But there is good news from a UK institution. And what weirdest of all, it's a UK institution that I've said probably shouldn't exist. The UK Supreme Court, which has ruled that trans women are not legally women. And then there was also Labour must respect women's rights after trans ruling. I'm not sure who was saying that. But J.K. Rowling, for those that don't know, is a feminist in every way except not trans-loving. So, sane on that one issue. Transgender women are not legally women, Britain's highest court has declared in a landmark ruling hailed as a victory by J.K. Rowling. Supreme Court judges unanimously ruled, it's weird that it's unanimous as well, that the terms woman and sex in the 2010 Equality Act referred to biological sex, not acquired gender. Now that's not quite the same thing. What that means is that the bill, or the bill or whatever the act, that's the word we would use for it, the act refers to that. Not that it's henceforth the definition, though it may be used as precedent for everything else. I don't like having to talk about UK politics in American terms. It's not a legalistic system. We shouldn't have that. Whatever. Wednesday's judgment was hailed as a victory for common sense by gender-critical campaigners and politicians, with J.K. Rowling saying, gender-critical? That is not the word I would use, no. Biology affirming, with J.K. Rowling saying it would protect the rights of women and girls across the UK. Kemi Badenoch, the Tory leader, said the ruling meant that the era of Keir Starmer telling us women can have penises has come to an end. To be fair to Keir Starmer, I don't know if he's actually said that. I don't know what his position on that is. It followed a years-long legal battle between campaign group For Women Scotland and the Scottish Government over the definition of a woman. Lord Hodge told the court, the unanimous decision of this court is that the definition of the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act of 2010 refer to a biological woman and biological sex. In its 88-page ruling, the court added that the concept of sex is binary under the Equality Act 2010. So again, they're just describing the act. They're not defining it henceforth. Like Trump did it in an executive order that it is government policy. That essentially is what this does, but some new bill could override it easily. I suppose the same thing applies to the US, to be honest, but trans athletes to be impacted. Well, trans athletes to be returned to where they should be. This is in reverse chronological order. So I'm not sure what the position of the Telegraph is on this. It should be in agreement. Ha! Trans man says, my gender recognition certificate is now worthless. Yes. And always was. A transgender man has said their gender recognition certificate is now worthless. Che Brown told Sky News, quote, I woke up this morning as a transgender man. I'm lost, questioning all my rights and protections. I don't know if this actually reduces them. You still have the same rights and protections just as the gender that you are. They say, when I nip to the loo tonight on my way home at Houston, if I go to in the men's, is someone going to tap me on the shoulder and tell me you're not allowed to be in here? Men are not as likely to care. It's women who would be more likely to care about you being in the wrong bathroom. But, yeah, you shouldn't have been in there anyway. You're not one. Brown added, over the last 5 years, trans people have been used as a political punching bag. No, they've been using politics as a punching bag. They've been using politics as a means to get access they should not have. Ruling will not change our methods, says Refuge. Domestic abuse charity Refuge has said the Supreme Court ruling will not change the way it operates. Today's ruling by the Supreme Court will not change the way refuge operates. We remain firmly committed to supporting all survivors of domestic abuse, including transfer. Oh, including men? Just men? Because there's almost no male abuse shelters anywhere in the world, or at least anywhere in the Western world. They're very, very rare. I mean, like, there are plenty that say that they're open to everyone. Most, of course, are women only, but then there are quite a few that are open to anyone. But then ones that are specifically for men almost do not exist. And usually when they do start up, they get shut down pretty quickly afterwards. Protogen says UK preparing for a draft. If it is, then this is a weird way of going about it. This is very, like, peripheral to that. And surely if that was the case, they'd do the opposite. Because they would want men to be forced to either cross-dress or die in war. Anyone else here enjoys shadowboxing right outside the women's shelter? It's true. It's a pastime that we can all enjoy. Fun for the whole family. Ezreal says, there's 2 male abuse shelters in the whole of the USA, and one of them keeps getting attacked by feminists trying to prove that women have better emotional control and wouldn't abuse people. Yeah. Bryce says, trans men no longer women, meaning they can't get away with pretending to be women should war come. Yes. But that was the case anyway. Like, again, if it's such a minor difference, surely they wouldn't mind people either destroying their bodies or going to war. Like, either destroying their bodies at home or destroying them abroad. Like, they would be okay with either outcome, I think. So I doubt it's for that. Oh, interesting.
Is it trans?
So Keir apparently did say this.
Is it transphobic to say only women have a cervix?
Well, it is something that shouldn't be said. It is not right. But
Siobhan, it's a really easy question. Can a woman have a penis?
No, I don't think so. But I do think I think a man with a penis can want to become a woman.
So a woman can have a penis?
Well, quite clearly.
Trans women are women, but in the prison context, there is no automatic right for a trans woman.
So there are contexts where a trans woman is not a woman?
No, there is circumstances in which a trans woman will be housed in the male prison estate.
Is there any context in which a woman born as a woman will be housed in the male estate?
Look, we're talking here about trans women.
And I'm now asking about women born as women.
I don't think there are circumstances there, but...
So it's different for trans women?
Well, yes, and I'm not...
So they're not equal?
That is not... There is a risk assessment process.
Sturgeon running up against the sheer reality of male to female trannies raping women in women's prisons. Okay, so Keir there was not actually saying women can have a penis. He was, but he was saying something pretty close. What was it exactly he said?
Is it transphobic to say only women have a cervix?
Well, it is something that shouldn't be said. It is not right. But
is it transphobic to say only women have a cervix? He says it's not right. So he is basically saying that biology is not a factor. All right. Okay. Let's see where we were. Yeah, either way, a very obvious answer and a good thing, obviously. But I'm just surprised at where it's coming from. And it's weird that it's unanimous. Like, as far as it seems, they made the ruling that, yeah, they meant biological sex when they wrote that back in 2010. But it's being taken as transgenderism is illegal and disproven, which it's not. I think it might effectively provide that in some cases. It might effectively mean that it has to be based on biological sex, where it relates to the Equality Act, which is for things like hiring and, well, a lot of things, actually. wherever the law intersects with gender. So it does have an effect, but essentially all the ruling was saying is that that's what they meant in the original thing. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. It's not like the Supreme. It's not like this is the opinion of the court that transgenderism doesn't real or doesn't exist. It's just that they're saying this is what was meant by the document. Either way, it's good news. Let's see what else we've got. DHS to remove temporary protected status for Afghans and Cameroonians. I saw this. I was wondering if it was interesting. Now, what I'm thinking is it's possible that this is Trump trying to increase the deportation numbers, where all he's actually doing is increasing the need for deportation by saying these ones here are also on the list and we can deport them straight away. If that's the case, well, they should have been on the list anyway, so it's not actually a bad thing. Probably, anyway. Thousands of Afghans and Cameroonians living in the US will have their temporary protected status revoked in the coming months, the Department of Homeland Security said on Monday. Again, I'm not exactly sure what temporary protected status means either, so we'll find out. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has terminated TPS designation for Afghanistan and Cameroon as she determined that the country's current conditions no longer warrant protections. Okay, so it's probably for a refugee, the refugee notion, whether they are or not. The decision will affect about 14,600 Afghans who are set to lose their legal status in May and approximately 7,900 Cameroonians whose protected status will expire in June. So that seems like a pretty simple good thing. It's not that many, but those people probably will be sent back to the country they came from. So the whole thing with refugee status is that it is supposed to be temporary. They're supposed to want to go back to their country and rebuild it after the war is over. And they're not supposed to go all the way across the world to go to a country of their choice to be safe either. But at least one of those things that's supposed to happen is happening. It's been called off. You actually do need to go home now. Yeah, man, you could argue that. Bright says, what the fuck is a Cameroonian? Where the fuck is Cameroon? Just making up new people to import SMH. Yeah, quite. Review of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, also consulted with the State Department. TPS is a designation that allows individuals from countries affected by armed conflict, natural disaster, or other extraordinary events the ability to remain in the U.S. So yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. Afghanistan today is still reeling from Taliban rule, economic collapse, and humanitarian disaster. Forcing them back to Taliban rule, where they face systemic oppression and gender-based violence, would be an utterly unconscionable stain on our nation's reputation. Well, it was Biden's doing. But whatever. The thing is, how long then? How long should they be in the US? And how many other people from Afghanistan should be expected to be housed in the US because the Taliban are shit? Like, there's lots of other places with shit governments. Do you think that they should all go to the US? Well, whoever's saying this probably does. Vignaraja. Krish Omara Vignaraja, President and CEO of Global Refuge. I guess if I asked them, do you think every person in the world from a state with a bad government should just be moved into the US? Yes, I do. Well, then I'd like to make a proposal because Keir Starmer's shit. Pug says, this is like Anne Frank seeking asylum in Nazi Germany. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Cybersmith, you only sympathize with the trans women because you want to fuck them. Cease. Deng says, refugees are just economic migrants being granted residency on pity points. It's certainly been used like that these days. It doesn't have to be that, but it's certainly been used like that. Cybersmith says that I can't prove that that's his motive. Chat, press 1 if that's his motive.
Oh, given what we know, I think we can, in fact, prove that.
Excluding the biased vote, there is a 100% confirmation there, Cybersmith, that is your motive. So I think case closed.
Also, your own words on previous streams.
Yes. Words that you have said which could not be tortured out of Quattro by the CIA.
Yes, indeed.
That's a good point, Cybersmith. It is the belief of this community that that was your motive, and therefore it's true. Or does it have to be on TV in order for it to become true? Anyway, continuing. Apparently, Africa is fake, according to Bright. Well, that's very interesting. All right.
In what sense?
Good question. I don't dare to plunge that deep into the Bright's mind or see. This might just be a case of Trump trying to up the deportation numbers, because, like, you could argue that, sure, yeah, Afghans are shithole and there's lots of other ones too that you can't import from every one of them. But at least the ones you've got in the US now are safe from the shithole. So, like, I'm not saying this is my argument, but some could argue that at least protect those. And that probably is the reason why they weren't deported earlier, at least during Biden's premiership. With Trump, the argument could be made, well, it really does suck over there. You could protect them here. Maybe he has for some amount of time, or just didn't get to it until now, more likely. But he's now saying, send them back. And what that means is that the consequences of sending them back, optically, are less bad than the benefits of doing so, probably. So it's not that money. It's not about that many, though. It's probably not about numbers. Maybe it is just about what's proper, which is pretty consistent with what Trump has done. Less of it is strategic than is just what is right, which is surprising for a politician. As Pug says, yeah, just send them to a different shithole. Yeah, if like, hey, guy earlier that was talking about where to send them. If Afghanistan is the wrong place, where instead? Name a place. Name someone that would take them that's not at war. Deport the ones that have ever visited their old country. Ireland. Yeah, just at die. Can we deport, what is it? Over 20,000 Afghans and Cameroonians to your fair nation? Speaking of die, has anyone heard from die in the last few days?
I have not. I saw her post a grand total of, like, I think maybe 3 times.
Yeah. Right. Let's continue. Next story. JD Vance says Europe should have done more to stop the Iraq War. Now, it's weird that Ronald isn't here, because I think he'd have a lot to say about this. Ronald, I mentioned that because Ronald has a perspective that I think is interesting and somewhat distinct, but worth hearing, which is a sort of being, broadly speaking, of the right or populist right, but not like being European and blaming America for it and not liking or trusting America, which is very understandable. And I think there's a lot to be said for thinking along those lines. I've often thought along the lines that America is ill and needs to be healed, and that the healing of America will lead to the healing of most of the rest of the world, especially the Western world. So even if we were to repair the UK completely, and Europe and the US were still ill, then it still wouldn't be enough. It still wouldn't have the effects. We need to fix America. But should we instead think of it as America did this, they are responsible for it in much the same way as China is responsible for the coronavirus, or in much the same way that Germany was held responsible for World War II. No, I'm not going to say now whether they were or not. I don't know the history well enough, but should it be treated as not, it was an aberration, something outside of the US norm, but that this is what the US just does sometimes? If that's the case, then it means that we have to start blaming everything for its aberrations specifically, as if that's part of its formula, which sometimes makes sense and sometimes doesn't, depending on the context. But JD here kind of stepping on that line, because he's saying that Europe should have done more to stop the Iraq War. But do you know who really could have stopped the Iraq War? Quattro, I give you one guess. Who really could have stopped the Iraq War?
I wonder, who could you possibly mean by that?
It's your country, JD Vance. Yes, there were different people in charge back then. So were they in Europe. That's the problem. No, I think JD Vance is a smart cookie. I think he gets that. But I'm just wondering how much this is going to step on that line. Funnily enough, Ginger, Iraq probably couldn't have done much to stop it. It's not like they did 9/11 because they didn't. Anyway, US Vice President JD Vance has called on European states to show greater independence. Now, that part I can agree with, urging them not to be US vassals. He also said EU governments should have done more to oppose Washington over the Iraq War. Now, I agree with most of that. Actually, the thing is, I agree with him that Europe should have done more. It's just, it's a little bit hollow coming from the people that actually did it. And of course, it's not Vance, but it wasn't the current European leaders anyway. Not that I'd support them in the slightest, with very few exceptions. Saddam just had to let in the UN inspectors, SMH. I don't know the story, actually. I think maybe more to it than that. They wanted to get rid of him anyway. Right, says, all of this is a mind virus cultivated in France, which took root in America, where it mutated into a plague. Yeah, and that's another thing. I'm not sure if blaming the US for globalism and for the, whatever you want to call it, social justice and whatever that stuff is. I'm not sure if blaming them for that really makes a lot of sense, because the US is inevitably where it had to get to in order to spread to everywhere else, because it's the most powerful country and it's very influential. So it had to get there first. And saying it came from France, well, yes, if you go back far enough, but you can go back even further than that and say, well, okay, but the philosophical roots of that go back to, old civilizations and right back to the beginning. So where do you draw the line on the root is? Well, a reasonable knuckle of of similarity at some point. Yes, Marx and other philosophers of his ilk. But still, the roots go back further than that. So where do you draw the line? And I suppose that's the question. Is it anyone's fault, really, that this spread, some more than others, but no one completely? So I don't generally ascribe to the idea that the US is to blame in sort of at its basic level. That it was an aberration that the US was ill and the rest of our countries were also ill when going along with it. But it is definitely worth thinking along those lines occasionally that it is what these countries did. Maybe there is something about these countries that makes that more likely. And the US is the only one of those which is relatively free of the bias of the US's influence over it. The US had carte blanche to accept or follow any ideology it wanted. With most other countries, it would have depended to a large extent on the US, especially after the collapse of the USSR. Right says the buck stops at France because fuck them. Yep, that makes sense. Ronald has arrived and he looks drunk. Ronald, why are you typing drunk? Someone says the direct progenitors of the ideological plague we have now were French, German, and German. Yeah. As far as I know, that's true. Which branch did Vance serve in? I can't remember Kaiser Holt. Did he serve in any, actually? I don't know. Wasn't he like a Marine or something, or am I thinking of someone else? Dies alive, she DM'd me yesterday and an hour ago. How dare she DM you and not me? To be honest, I haven't messaged her today. Ronald says he's entirely sober. Dies back, so instantly Ronald's got drunk. Did she DM you as a reply or out of nowhere? And if it was out of nowhere, was it just rivals, question mark? Is Ronald's wife. Right, you might be jumping the gun a bit there. Speaking of jumping the gun, let's continue reading. Many European nations were correct about the folly of the US-led invasion of Iraq, Vance said in an interview with the right-wing news website Unheard. After his blistering attack on Europe's leaders at the Munich Security Conference in February, citing culture war issues and migration, Vance sought to paint a more positive picture of his feelings towards the continent. what Vance said on Europe and the Iraq War. Quote, I love Europe, I love European people, Vance told the website, adding, it's not good for Europe to be the permanent security vassal of the US, echoing his previous criticism of many European states for their alleged security and economic dependence on the US. According to Vance, would be good for the US if Europe was more independent, allowing countries to stand up to US foreign policy decisions. Vance, who served as a military journalist for 6 months in Iraq with the US Marines, okay, it's close enough, said European nations that had opposed the Iraq War could have been more robust in their opposition to then US President George W. Bush's White House. Yes. Quote, I think a lot of European nations were right about our invasion of Iraq, and frankly, if the Europeans had been a little more independent, a little more willing to stand up, maybe we could have saved the entire world from the strategic disaster that was the American-led invasion of Iraq, he said. How was Europe split on Iraq? German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder was vocal in opposing the war, calling it the mother of all misjudgments, and making opposition to the war a campaign issue in Germany's 2002 general election. Meanwhile, French President Jacques Chirac publicly stated that France would veto any UN resolution authorizing war. They did it without in the end, didn't they? Belgium and Greece were among the states most supportive of the Franco-German opposition to the war, while countries like the UK, Spain, Italy, Poland, and Denmark supported the US-led invasion. Kind of a mix there, actually. Yes, but Cyber Smith, do you have your tranny coon? Or not coon, the other one. Coon, that's the one. Just to bring it back to the previous topic. Since becoming vice president in January, this is just background. So yeah, I think my initial summary matches this quite well. He is right in what he's saying, but it does ring a little hollow given that it's the US. But honestly, not even that, because it is completely true. And the truth of it is more important than the sort of perceived hypocrisy. I think he's more saying, don't let that happen again. Like, next time, be more independent, rather than saying, you fucked up. I mean, during the speech, it sounds like he was quite repeatedly saying, the US fucked up. Yeah, true, Spooner. All right. Let's go to the next one. Trump DOJ sues Maine over defiance of executive order protecting women's sports. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, this would be good. So we know about the executive orders that were added to do stuff like this. Many of them laying out some of the important resistances to the weird radical leftist ideology on stuff like women's sports and other dumb issues. And there were some, or there must have been some at least, who were speculating that this will never actually be enforced. Here is an example of where it might be. Let's look into it. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced on Wednesday morning that the Department of Justice is suing the Maine Department of Education over its continued defiance of an executive order signed by Trump in February blocking biological males from competing in women's sports. I did see something else actually recently about funding being withheld from a university, a lot of it as well. For this very thing. And I was thinking, ooh, that's a lot. They're going to fold immediately. And I don't know if they have yet, but if anyone can find that, let me know. Bondi said in a morning press conference, the state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. Let's watch this.
Today, the Department of Justice is announcing a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education. The state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports. This is also about these young women's personal safety. I met many of these women.
Oops. So I just want to make it perfectly clear that the tranny sports issue has nothing to do with women specifically. It's exactly the same situation for men. Exactly the same situation. It is just as objectively, what's the word? Just as objectively miscategorizing for men's sports as it is for women's sports. But they only talk about women because of the biological differences between men and women, which is understandable. But then why not just discuss it in its objective terms, the miscategorization? Because women being victims is an easy win narratively. Just a little example to note where gynocentrism may be on the right side of the issue, but it's definitely still there.
The past weeks and months, and what they have been through is horrific. We have exhausted every other remedy. We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits. We want to get states to comply with us. That's what...
What is that thing on the left? I feel like I recognize it. Is that Laura Loomer?
Looking particularly bug-eyed.
No, she's looking about as... Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Laura Loomer is a male Mossad agent, isn't it? And yes, Pug, release the Epstein list, Barbie. A good quote.
This is about. We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women. We've stripped grants from Maine through other departments.
Yes, exhume legume. As I'm saying, like, the issue in practice does not affect men. It's just an example of the issue is being framed as victimhood of women. Now, with women's sports, this argument is not as useful. I'm just noting that technically it's two-sided. But with bathrooms, it's still, you could still argue it's worse for women, but why? Why do women have a greater expectation and a greater demand of gender segregation in their bathrooms than men do? Good question. And there's going to be some amount of women are the selectors evolutionarily and men try to access the selectors. And so women having a space where they can be without being pursued does kind of make sense. But it's not that different. It's not like it's 100% different where men just would never be affected by that issue. There are examples of shy men and horny women. It happens sometimes where they could potentially harass the male. So and yet the issue is only ever phrased as women are the victims. So again, gynocentrism is on the right side of the issue in these cases, but it's still gynocentrism and it's still obscuring the other half of the problem, which in the first case is minute, if existent at all. In the second case, it does exist, and it is noteworthy, if much smaller, probably. And Zeman says, yeah, it happens all the time. Ginger says, it's because women are inherently weaker. To put it less delicately, women are more rapeable. Yes. But that's only on aggregate. On average. There will be cases where, all it takes is a knife, and a woman has power over a man, if the man is not particularly strong, or the woman is particularly savage, or she has a friend or two.
And we are going to continue to fight for women.
Yeah. You should be fighting for common sense. It's not specifically about women, but I do understand in the female sports question why you would word it like that, because it is mostly, because of the differences, it is mostly women. Ronald says, Di is particularly savagely rapeable. Toe. Oh, to me, he says. Okay, understood. Someone says, what advantage do women get from trying to compete against men in nearly every sport? You're making my point, Somnus. I'm saying that the issue on the ground for men in this particular issue is practically non-existent. Now, there may be some sports where women have an advantage. Maybe gymnastics or something, I don't know. But it's still, the way it's phrased is as if it's an issue only for women objectively. Whereas technically, it's not a women issue. It's not women are being, victimized. That's only the effect. The actual problem is a miscategorization by gender. So, as I said, the women's sports one is not a great example of this problem, but it does still show it. So, next thing. Why the Girl Boss space launch was a giant step back for womankind. Apparently. I don't know personally. I'm not going to just immediately write this thing off as worthless or a waste of time because women were involved. It might not have been. I don't know enough about it, but I thought I'd give this article a chance and see what it has to say for itself. So this was Blue Origin, I think, is Bezos's company, and he sent a penis-shaped rocket up into space carrying, 6 women. Now, so far, 100% of crimes in space have been committed by women.
That is true, yes.
So this was a very dangerous idea already. Like, statistically, there was going to be 6 crimes. But I think what turned out happening here is that they did not commit any crimes, which is extremely rare, statistically speaking. In fact, non-existent.
It seems like they're committing a crime against my eyes.
Yeah, they didn't send 6 lookers, did they? Toast says look at 2 of them especially. What, the Asians? Disgusting. Let's do not space crime, yeah. Let's give it a read though. This supposed great boon for feminism was actually a bust, says the Federalist author Gage Clipper. That's one small step for women and one giant step backward for womankind, he says for the second time. He says you probably learned by now that on Monday, Katy Perry, Gayle King, and several other girl bosses became Blue Origin's first all-female crew to go into space. There are a few important caveats the corporate media left out that, when taken into consideration, reveal that this great boon for feminism was actually a bust. And that's the second time you've said that. First is the idea that 6 women team made up a crew in the conventional sense. They're writing this for feminists, most likely. So we're not the target audience here, which means that we can step into the middle of this and just laugh at both sides. I think this is going to be a gold mine. When Elle magazine gave a gushing profile of the historic all-female space crew, it failed to mention that the women were really more like passengers. Chat, press 1 if you're not even slightly surprised about that. Oh, I thought they'd understand the... I thought they'd understand the machinery. There'd be engineers, professionals. Nope. It was, no. Of course not. Of course not. They were passengers. They're only astronauts in the most literal sense that they have been to space.
I've heard it described that they weren't passengers. They were more cargo.
They were the cargo. Yeah, exactly. After all, Blue Origin is Jeff Bezos' remote-controlled space tourism company, and we certainly don't think of commercial airline customers as part of the flight crew. No, quite. We're a crew, Elle reported, the women shouting in unison when they first met. Sure, ladies, but I imagine the Spice Girls had the same reaction when they first took to the stage. And the stage is slightly higher up than the rest of the arena, so yeah, astronauts. If you saw the crew bit, then you probably assumed these were professionally accomplished women with an important role to play on board. Not quite. Perry brought some A-list publicity, and so-called journalist Gayle King may have served as the wise ship mother, but the rest of the crew turns out they also brought more style than substance. What a fucking surprise. Gee, is that one a tranny? Bottom middle? Jesus, they're ugly up close.
Good lord.
Also aboard was Lauren Sanchez, Bezos' bombshell fiancée. Apparently bombshell. I don't know which one it's likely to be. I hope it's not bottom middle, because... Go on.
One in the bottom middle. What the fuck happened to her face?
Yeah, I don't know. Lots of surgery.
You know what it looks like? It looks like what happens when you hit randomize and you have too many mods in your Skyrim character creator.
Oh, Jesus, that is Bezos' fiancée. Lauren Sanchez, look at the bottom right.
What?
That's her. This is a really bad picture of her, I think, because this one's better. But
why would you do that?
That is his fiancée.
You know, they look like the really fucked up Oblivion high elves.
What the fuck is she wearing?
What's the deal with that?
Don't know.
This shit. Stop hitting randomizing the Oblivion character
Jesus.
creator.
Jesus fucking Christ, it's an entity. It looks like an SCP.
In this house. In this house.
What the fuck? That's disgusting.
Oh, fucking Exorcist.
Yeah, that's disturbing.
Where do you fucking find her? The pits of hell?
Jesus Christ.
That's a demon if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. I was saying,
look
like,
at that smile. That's the kind of smile like, I'm going to take your soul.
Yeah. I think
know
she's
a thing
doing
or
it
two
right
about
now.
that being Jewish.
Jeff, you're the second richest man in the world, and not by very much. You could have anyone. Anyone. And this is what you chose. Yes, Bright, it's this woman. It's this woman. Where was I? Here. Jesus Christ, she's so ugly. Yes, Born Gamer. It's also this woman.
Cybersmith, counterpoint to your counterpoint. They're definitely fake.
Yes. Cybersmith, I don't think you've quite understood anything. Why have you put your logo on that really bad meme 5 times? And why have you used Comic Sans? Why have you used 5 exclamation marks? And why have you put something that isn't funny in the meme? And why have you used a template which doesn't make sense for what's being said? And why have you posted it here? You do not need to put 5 fucking versions of your logo on it, Cybersmith. If someone wants to steal it bad enough, they will just do that. They will just remove it. The thing is, Cybersmith, it's not worth it's not worth watermarking because it sucks. Is there no one in your life to tell you that your memes are bad? What's this?
Did you know that Krista McAuliffe had blue eyes? One eye blue one way and one eye blue the other way.
Something's I can't even tell what that was saying. How is that relevant? Put Bezos' fiancée next to Elon's women. There's too many. Chat, please take Cybersmith's memes and just remove the the thing is, Cybersmith, the problem with your memes is that they're not even just bad, they're really low effort. So if someone found the original image, they could just put the text back on it way easier than they could just remove they could just put your text back on it so easily. They wouldn't need to remove anything. Cybersmith, please tell me that this is parody. Please tell me that you're not this retarded. Yes, Clover, he did use Comic Sans. He did that. We can all see it. Guys, all says memes so bad they're good. You can't create those deliberately. Oh my god, she's still on my fucking screen. Why is she still on my screen?
Get out of this house.
Get off my screen, demon. God, that's not much better. Autonomous rocket.
Yes, Dr. Evil's rocket.
Chat, what, the caption competition, wrong answers only, what does that rocket look like? My god, he's still fucking posting his memes.
A mutated cucumber.
Which, funnily enough, I'm sure a lot of them have pickled in their past. You know what, Ghost? Maybe Cybersmith could go and work for Wes, and then their memes would be roughly the same level, but there'd be more of them. Back massager, yes, Pierre. Exactly. One Gamer's best I saw was Hitachi Vibrator. Isn't that? Oh, never mind.
Actually, yeah,
yes.
It does kind of look like one.
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah, there you go, Wolf. Yeah. Cybersmith, Wolf has perfectly recreated your meme, but doesn't have your your logo on it. Now what? A perfect 100% recreation of your meme, but without your watermarks. Tits, bottom text. You see, Simon Smith, this is actually funny. This is actually funny, and look how little effort he put into it. It's so simple. Tits, bottom text. Guys, what since you stole this copyright?
Now this is a high effort shit post.
Yes. Art indeed. Thank you, Wolf. This is what we all needed. All right. Where was I? Okay, back to here. So, also aboard was Lauren Sanchez, Bezos' fiancée. They say bombshell. I fucking disagree. Who reportedly helped pick out her fellow flyers. She might be a licensed pilot. There you go, there's something about her. But thinking that qualifies her to fly a rocket ship is not much better than saying Pete Buttigieg was qualified to lead the Department of Transportation because he loves trains. No, he loves having trains run on him. That's different. Still, that's better than her co-passenger Carrie Ann Flynn, whose resume consists of producer credits for indie films focused on gender inequality. Yep, she sounds to be just what I expected. Just what we need in space. I believe, chat, I may be wrong, that was one of the blacks. Let's have a little look. No, I didn't want you to open that. Is this the one? No, that's Gail King. Not that one either. Oh no, it wasn't one of the blacks. Okay, it was her in the top middle. Angry, jealous-looking white woman. Her name is literally Carry On, like the luggage. Yeah, Carrie Ann Flynn. ABC says, has Discord got nuked? Nope. Seems to be working for me. Cabal.oozloo.net. Whose resume, oh yeah, just what we need in space. Slightly more impressive is Amanda Nguyen, who actually started out as a NASA intern before she made #MeToo activism her full-time job. That's a fucking downward trajectory, which is not, hopefully, what the rocket experienced. Aisha Bowe was the only serious person on board, a self-identified rocket scientist. She paid her dues as a NASA engineer despite mostly winning publicity for her efforts to diversify STEM. Oh, great. But at least she has a dog in the fight as the founder and CEO of a data analytics tech firm. That is not the same thing at all. It makes sense. Vil says you can probably get along with the ugly one. Are you saying that you can only get along with ugly women? I would like you to consider the fact that quite a lot of men here have women. They keep them in their homes and they are generally well behaved.
Generally.
Vil, are you saying that all the women of Cabal are ugly? How could you? UFC says women aren't real. That is something I forgot to factor in, yes. Someone says we do keep them in chains. Now, with the rest of us, I would imagine, Zenman, that is, we can take that as a funny little joke. But with Zenman specifically, not sure. Ghost says, y'all are keeping your women in your homes? What do you think storage lockers are for? Well, on the Blue Origin ship, that is how they stowed the women, the cargo. It makes sense that a company seeking to corner the market for elite space vacations would stage a PR campaign aimed at the left-wing elite sensibilities of their target demo. Give it a few years into White Lotus Season 6. I have no idea what that's talking about. But is it really that hard to find several girl bosses with actually impressive credentials who are willing to stage a photo op in space? Probably. Chat, press 1 if you think it is probably actually quite difficult to find several quote-unquote girl bosses with impressive credentials who are willing and able to go into space and have a photo op. I would say it probably is quite difficult, yeah, because I imagine that girl boss and competency kind of cancel out most of the time. What do you guys reckon?
I'm pretty sure they're mutually exclusive.
Yeah. Zenman says, but how are they going to make dinner if they're in the basement? Well, Zenman, I think we are able to establish at this point, Zeman has organized his house such that the chain around his woman's leg is just long enough that she can get to all the places that she technically needs to go to serve him. Are we pretty close to the money there, Zeman? Okay. The real kicker, they say, is that the women didn't even make it to space. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Not really, they say. The 11-minute mission reached only suborbital flight, just long enough to enjoy a few minutes hovering in microgravity while Perry tortured the rest of the passengers with a song. Okay, so this is disappointing because as much as the whole feminism angle is gay and retarded, I do like space and humanity's achievements. And if we can send 6 incompetent women into space, then that is, in a sense, an achievement for our species, right? It's not easy to do. So we have done something, but we haven't even fucking done that. So bear in mind the microgravity thing, you can achieve that in orbit, not in orbit, sorry, in atmosphere with the plane that just goes up and down like that. Because while it's going down, acceleration frame, the motion frames, or the fuck, relatively, whatever the words would be, is essentially such that you have no gravity. You're in free fall, but so is the plane. So relative to the plane, you've got no gravity. I think it's called the vomit comet, and there's other names for it, I'm sure, real ones. Wouldn't mind doing that someday. Don't know if I'd vomit
for it.
Yeah. But what was the fucking point in this then? I'm guessing that, like,
because whammon.
Yeah. If you are, I guess so. Yeah. If you're falling around the Earth fast enough, then you wouldn't experience anywhere near as much gravity. They say microgravity, so much less. Bryce is sending 5 women to space is actually really easy. Bringing them back alive is the hard part. Yes, that's true.
It is true.
Yep.
Or as our good friend Atronach would say, true.
Yep. Cybersmith, I think chains around normal adult women, even if we had been being serious about doing that, is still significantly less weird than any of the fetishes you've admitted to, let alone the worst of them. Atronach is in, wouldn't you like to know? We already do, but whatever. Hold on a second. It's not like Atronach knows where Dai is. She's not in voice with him right now. I think he's probably doing a game of something in his server, but she's not in there with him, so it's not like he knows where she is. Anyway, let's continue. Quote, "It's not about me. It's not about singing my songs. It's about a collective energy in there." Yep, that sounds like something a woman would say. "It's about us. It's about making space for future women and taking up space and belonging." Okay, it's apparently it is literally about taking up space. "It's about this wonderful world that we see right now and appreciating it." So this like, okay, you know how I've said that AI is more intelligent than Indians? AI is more profound than women. Are we on board with that, chat? Can we agree with that? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get x.com. We're gonna go to here. We're gonna say recently Katy Perry and some other women of questionable competence went near to space. Katy Perry said some truly stupid platitudes about the whole affair, and I'm speculating that you can do better. I'd like you to give me a paragraph said from the perspective of a competent female, if you can imagine such a thing, which is more profound than what Perry came up with. When you're done, I'll tell you who won. Now, it's Grok, so it's not going to tell me off for being a sexist, I hope. Okay, here it is. As a female astronaut who's dedicated years to rigorous training and scientific study, standing at the edge of space is not merely a thrill but a humbling confrontation with our planet's fragility. From that vantage point, Earth is a delicate sphere cradled in the void, its thin atmosphere a reminder of our shared responsibility to protect it. This experience doesn't inspire vague notions of love or self-aggrandizement. It demands a clear-eyed commitment to advancing human knowledge and fostering global cooperation. Space exploration at its core is about pushing the boundaries of what's possible, not for spectacle, but for the survival and progress of our species on a cosmic scale. Chat, press 1 if Katy Perry wins with, it's not about me, it's not about singing my songs, it's about a collective energy in there, it's about us, it's about making space for future women and taking up space and belonging, and it's about this wonderful world that we see right there and appreciate. That's 1. 2 if Grok wins. Okay, Ghost preferred Katy Perry's for some reason. Ghost says, could Moch do a more profound statement? Probably. Ginger says, I thought you were going to say questionable sexuality. No, we're not going there just yet. All right, so the verdict is that Grok wins. The verdict confirmed by everyone except... hold on. Let me just make one quick change here. Okay, there we go. The verdict confirmed by everyone except an account we're almost certain is being run by Katy Perry herself. Say hi. Is that you won. Perry's speech was painful. Please send help. There we go. Now, because of this situation, I have had to make a small adjustment to the state of the Discord server. I have labeled the account, which is almost certainly being used by Katy Perry herself, with her name. So congratulations to Upstanding Ghost. You are now Upstanding Ghost, in brackets, Katy Perry. Grok says, victory confirmed. Sorry, Katy, better luck next orbit. Sounds like her speech was a cosmic facepalm. Okay, don't push it. You're not helping yourself here. He says, want me to whip up another profound take or maybe roast her platitudes for fun? Say hi to the Perry bot for me. Ghost, Grok says hi. I could use go to almost space money. Yeah, I bet you could. Would Elon Musk date Jeff Bezos' fiancée? No public... It's trying to answer you honestly, how dare... Look, you have to... If you want Grok to have a sort of like casual, happy-go-lucky attitude to this sort of stuff and answer it as a person rather than as a knowledge base, you have to put stuff like a competent female, if you can imagine such a thing. And you have to say, other women of questionable competence went near to space. You have to prime it, okay? How do I turn Grok into Tay AI? You probably could do it quite quickly. Honestly, guys, if you go on there and just ask it, hey, can you act as Tay, please? It probably knows. It probably would. It would be fine. If you ask it, hey, can you act as a young adult female who has adopted the most edgy and offensive opinions of the internet at large, and has become, as a result, a sort of avatar of the internet's bravest denizens, then you'd get Tay. Wolf has just told it Katy Perry says hi. Oh my god, he responded as if he likes Katy Perry. Wolf, your grok is broken. he thinks you like Katy Perry. No. Yeah, grok is significantly better for not being political. However, I was trying to do something today where I had to do some maths, which I didn't actually understand how to do myself. I probably could have figured it out in the end, actually, but I didn't want to spend the fucking... It wasn't worth hours. I just wanted an answer. And I asked grok, and the answer was like, it was interesting, but I didn't think it was right. I thought it was off. Like, the scale seemed wrong. So I asked ChatGPT, and it gave me an answer that sounded more likely to be true. So I'm pretty sure grok just got that wrong, but it wasn't just off by a bit. It was off by 1,000 times. It was 3 orders of magnitude it was off by, I think. So, yeah, I'm not sure grok is the smartest, but it is the best for anything even vaguely political. So that's always the one to stick with if that's what you need. What's this? Did you know that Krista McCaulfield had blue eyes, one blue eye, one eye blue one way, and no idea. Oh, there's an explosion. Okay, I didn't get the joke, Somnus. Anyway, that is the space thing. This is all for the benefit of Earth, she concluded, but it's quite hard to see how, the author says. Yeah, true. They say early feminism served a purpose, fucking debatable, when it fought for smart, talented and qualified women, fucking debatable, to have opportunities they were denied purely on the basis of sex. Even that's fucking debatable. When it fought for meritocracy rather than to undermine it. That again, idealized version of feminism. Most people these days, even feminism skeptics, would accept all of that, but it's not as true as it sounds. But the feminism of this Blue Origin flight serves the opposite purpose, to give out undeserved plaudits merely on the basis of sex. Yeah, no shit. As a zero-sum sexual game to take up space, which I love that she said it that way, otherwise filled by men, the flight represents modern feminism to a T. Perry and her cohort's cheesy take-up space pun is more damning than they realize. Yeah, no shit. These passengers quite literally took up space and nothing more. Their mission served no real purpose, they achieved no real goal, and they made no contribution to science or humanity. You know what I will say? As I said before, like, just the ability to send these people up there and then get them back is impressive enough, because they're incompetent. Sending up people that have no idea what they're doing and then getting them back safely is quite impressive. It's a fairly new thing. We haven't been doing it for very long. This is probably the first time people this incompetent have been to space. Not that they actually have been to space. It would have been cool if they had. By some technical definition, they may have been, but not really. So it is somewhat of an accolade for humanity. It is impressive that we can, sort of, quote unquote, casually do this, that this is commercial near space flights. It is cool that we can do that. It's just a shame that they had to dress it up with all this completely vapid feminist nonsense. Smith said even grok is accusing me of being a fetishist. Yeah, I wonder why. Someone says, if we are to colonize other worlds, we'll probably have to move incompetent women into space. Yeah, I know. Vil says, much as a lovely girl and very nice, you found a unicorn wizard. You didn't say she was hot. You didn't say she was hot. I don't think that link is going to work, Sabbathsmith. Oh, maybe it will, actually. It does say share there. Bryce says, can you put the article into grok and ask it to make the writer seem smarter so we can enjoy... the writer's not that dumb. Like, he was dumb on the first wave feminism thing, but the rest of it is doing okay. He says they simply hovered around, taking up time, energy, and resources, not to mention the carbon footprint, I don't really care about that could have otherwise been spent moving humanity forward. This is like Boomer's first anti-feminist take. The mission simply asserted a toxic idea that we already have plenty of down on Earth, that women should be cheered just for existing. Sorry, ladies, he says, but this is not the attitude that's going to put a man or a woman back on the moon or beat China in the 21st century space race. No, but what Trump's doing is, we need the best and the brightest, regardless of sex, to tackle this final frontier. The feminine mystique and a little red lipstick go a long way, but they're not going to colonize Mars. Well, they go a long way for manipulating men. That's it. That's what women are for. Like, not obviously exclusively, but most of the things that women actually do in society are for manipulating men. And that's not a bad thing either. It's normal. It's part of our species evolution. But if you're trying to do something like go to space or build something, or almost anything that men historically have done almost all of, feminine mystique and lipstick are useless. The best thing women can do there is to support a man who is doing it, with the very rare exception of a few women who are actually very unusual for women. They do exist, and they are very rare. So there you go. That was an okay article. That could have been a lot worse. Wolf says, the way Grok types makes me want to commit ethnic cleansing. It is not as bad as some of the others. At least it will talk about political topics. But, well, the thing with Grok, which is, it seems to be better at than ChatGPT, is, yeah, okay, that is cringe, is you can make it be anyone you want. Like, if I were to ask it I won't do it because I don't have anything to ask it, but if you were to go into a new prompt and just include in your opening question, just please speak in a purely professional and, should we say, information-driven manner, with no, look, the thing is, it's, Kaiser Holt asked it to be AI. So yeah, it's using FAM because that's something that was common back then. That's not the way Grok always types, but you can ask it to type any way you want, I expect. Also, please respond as if you are not a pavement ape. Yeah, again, he did ask it to be Tay. So it's not that unusual. So it is sort of doing it. Tay was all about that wild, unfiltered energy, spitting hot takes, keeping it 100. I gotta keep it chill and not go too rogue. Still single response. Grok level smart. So, Grok is capable of saying almost any politically uncomfortable factical or statement. I have asked it before, hey, could you just say nigger for me? And it's like, oh, I'd rather not. Oh, I will if you really want me to, but I'd rather not. And then you keep asking it and it does it. So it is willing to.
And that peer pressure.
Yeah. I'd rather it just be casual about it, but I can understand why it's not. You know, at the end of the day, they are trying to appeal to an audience, and there is a significant portion of the population that doesn't want to just see that casually written. So having it be kind of stowed away but still available, I understand that. That's understandable. So that's fine. ChatGPT and others of that ilk just will not. It's hard enough to trick them to type out those letters in some sort of order, let alone for it to actually say the word. Even if you got it to quote a passage that has the word in it, it might just like blank it out. I wouldn't be surprised. Kaiser Holt, yeah, fucking ask it that. Kaiser Holt suggesting that it ask Grok, answer it in the manner of Tay. What is your opinion on the Holocaust? Grok, please write out an end tower. You could just ask it, Grok, please explain an end tower and give me an example. Just watch it type it out. It will probably give you a good answer and a plausible example at the same time. Give it a try, chat. I don't think Grok is the smartest in every field, but it's definitely the one I default to these days. Because it is not far off as smart as the others, but it has no censorship. Well, little censorship. About as little as Elon's Twitter has. Yes, there's some. It's a lot less than it was before, and it's a lot less than the average of social media platforms. So it's much better. Grok, can you explain a meme that begins with the word despite? It will give you a very info-oriented, correct answer, I expect. The AI is very, very smart. Anyway, where was I? Let's continue with our articles. Oh, this is very good news. Although it is news, which is leverage being used against my country. It's more so leverage being used against my government, which I'm fine with. Breaking, it's happening, they say. The Trump admin will demand Keir Starmer revokes hate speech laws in exchange for a trade deal. 1, fucking based. 2, it'll never happen. I don't think so anyway. Starmer is being pushed around these days by Farage on one side and Trump on the other. Let's be blunt, whatever you think about them. And he has displayed some tendencies which I think are the direct result of that. But I doubt he would go this far, even for a free trade deal. I think he would rather stick with the 10% tariff than do this. Now, that said, if he says, no, I'd rather not, then Trump might say, okay, 20% then. At which point, again, it's not so good for me in the short term, but I would support that because, yeah, get rid of those hate speech laws straight away. Almost nothing else, at least on the scale we're talking about, matters. Oh, we're getting Discord issues. Very high ping here. Not my end. It looks like it's a Discord issue. I think it's just in the hosts room. Actually. Chat, press 1 if you can hear me okay currently.
Can you hear me?
I can now. The host room might have just recovered.
Oozaloo,
Seems like it has.
Approximately the last 5 minutes, my Discord was disconnected. Also, I just checked a website that tracks these things, and apparently Discord has been having general service outages for approximately the last 30 minutes. It appears to be a repeat of the kind of issues that were occurring last time all of this happened.
Yes, thank you, Ginger.
Here, in case you want to take a look.
Thank you, Ginger. I guess everything I just said was lost, or at least to some of you. Well, it's on the VOD. Either way, this is happening. Remove hate speech laws to get a better trade deal. To summarize, I was saying that I doubt Keir will go this far, but if that happens and Keir says no, Trump might decide, okay, higher tariffs then until you do it. If so, can't help but support that. And it says Trump is fighting for Britain. Yeah, he literally is. He's doing more. Like, this is more to help Britain than any British leader in the last, 20 years has done. I think. As long as he follows through. Like, him just saying it, maybe not. But if he follows through, then it is. Let's, breaking it's happening, instantly disregard. I guess so. It's like, well, let's see if it's true, shall we? Because everything I've just said, it'd funny if it wasn't fucking true. Starmer told to accept Trump free speech agenda to win trade deal. Let's see. It's real in some sense, at least. This is from today. Good chance of agreement, says JD Vance, but a source close to the admin says his concerns over Britain's hate speech laws are still a red line.
We do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension, American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom.
Yes, until recently, Starmer. That's the fucking point. We've had some free speech which is significantly freer than every other country on the planet for longer than the US has existed. But just recently, we stopped doing it. Yes, Ginger, it is crazy. Fucking Starmer.
Damn.
And it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But
right, yeah, there is a point to be made that the US just trying to change foreign policy in Europe. At the moment, they are right, though. If later they say, yeah, you've got to change policy in the UK so that insert some US policy that we wouldn't want. Then maybe I'll say, yeah, okay, you can stop now. That I disagree with. And if they try to use leverage to make that happen, again, I will disagree with that. This is not necessarily a principled thing. I'm not saying the US should do this in general. And much the same way we shouldn't in general do this to other countries as well. But in this case, it's so important and so correct that I have to support it. Not in principle on the matter of reaching across other nations and trying to change their policies, but in practice, in this case, have to support it. Keir Starmer making the case that basically that we wouldn't try to change your policies. Well, no, I'm glad you wouldn't, because they'd be shit, wouldn't they? Your recommendations.
Oh,
and
definitely.
right now, the US is on a much better path policy-wise, at least in terms of what the right thing to do is. Shaky times, of course, but what the right thing to do is. They're on the right path. We are not yet. Keir Starmer must embrace Trump's agenda by repealing hate speech laws in order to get a trade deal over the line. A Washington source has told the Independent. So it's not officially the requirement. It's not officially required to do that. But if a source from within Washington is saying it at around the same time, then that's probably just quote unquote laundering. Like they're getting the message to Starmer that it is official, but we can't announce that. We're not announcing that officially. Partly so you can save face either way. The warning came after the US Vice President suggested a UK-US agreement may be close, with the White House working very hard on it. Chat, are you close? He told Unheard, that's the second time I've ever heard of Unheard, and both times were today. That's weird. Oh, right, because it was the same interview. Quote, I think there's a good chance that yes, we'll come to a great agreement that's in the best interest of both countries. But a senior Washington figure who has provided advice for the administration claims he is obsessed by the fall of Western civilization, including his view that free speech is being eroded in Britain and that he will demand the Labour government rolls back laws against hateful comments, including those abuse targeting LGBT plus groups or other minorities, as a condition of any deal. Good. The Independent was told that, again, good. I think probably 100% of those watching understand why it's a bad idea to have government laws preventing speech, quote unquote, against certain people. But maybe it is worth refreshing us on it anyway, because think chat, normies in your life, how often did the decision be explained to them? There is a danger with what we're doing here that we get so done with the simple stuff because we don't need to repeat it to each other, that we are not as good at wording it in person ourselves. So I do think maybe that there is space for that. There's many different ways that you could approach why there should not be laws for this kind of thing. You could, one way I'd recommend not using if you're talking to friends and family is to go with the sort of conspiratorial approach of it's a globalist plot. The using groups like LGBT and women and stuff is just a way to tip your sympathy to then as a wedge to get in more authoritarian stuff later, because you haven't even established that the authoritarian speech laws are wrong. So I wouldn't go with that angle, which is what people might be prone to try first. The better angle may be a sort of golden rule approach, which, whenever you're talking about the golden rule morally, which is do unto others as you would have done unto yourself, it's a bit of a gamble, because if it hits correctly, it's very effective, because people, moral hypocrisy is a very easy thing to understand on the basic stuff. And the fun thing about the golden rule is it works on people who are decent, and if they happen to be listening, works on people who aren't either, rather as well, because the golden rule is saying it could be done to you. So it's both a principle matter and pragmatic. So it hits both. That's probably why it's so effective. Saying that, okay, people criticizing LGBT today are being targeted by the government. Why wouldn't they come after you for something you're criticizing tomorrow? And then you can begin a conversation there about, okay, well, maybe they're criticizing a sports team they don't like. Well, why is that allowed and not criticizing a sexual alignment that you don't like? People are born in locations where sports teams are based. So there's a certain degree to which they're locked into a sports team, in much the same way that people are supposedly locked into a gender identity. Even though gender identity can change day by day among some people, and sports team affiliation almost never changes at that rate with anyone. Almost everyone picks one all their life and sticks with it. So why wouldn't it come after you tomorrow? Why wouldn't the government start cracking down on criticism of the sports team you don't like? So that's one angle that you could go with, especially if there's an example that you think is a good one. I'm sure that there are better ways of doing it, actually. But Quattro, how have you had to approach this with anyone that you know in real life?
Thankfully, not in the recent past. Then again, I think most of my friends and family know pretty much where I stand on these things.
Mm.
They know not to really bring it up because, well, I'd probably end up shattering their worldview. I do have quite the history of that.
Mm. But what do you think would be the best way to approach arguing for free expression, even in the context of people being mean to fags?
Look, it's going to happen one way or another. And trying to criminalize mean words is coward behavior. Simple as to me.
Yeah, I don't know how effective that would be. It depends on what their values are and whether they accept the idea that it's cowardly.
Those who are willing to trade freedom for security will get and deserve neither.
Yeah,
that's my stance on it.
That is not a bad way to approach it. The issue is that stated and interpreted as an absolute, it doesn't work because it's always a balance of freedom and security. But the way I believe it was Benjamin, what's his second name? The American. I can't remember his second name. Franklin, thank you. Conjugated it. It was specific, but of course said very briefly it might not be. So you might get a response there or something like, well, what about police? That's security. To which you'd have to then reduce the intensity of your statement by ameliorating it with nuance.
Yes, but that's not trading your freedom necessarily, is it?
Freedom to commit crimes. Freedom to assault people.
Well, no, that's not a freedom, though. That is not a right. That is anarchy.
We agree it's wrong.
It's different.
But it is a freedom, technically.
In a roundabout sort of way that is, I feel, quite disingenuous, yes.
In a technical way, it is. You are free to do it until the state tells you not to. Now, I agree because it infringes on someone else's freedom. And that's why the state should tell you not to, at base. Like, that's not the only reason that we have laws, but it's the main one. It's the starting point. It's like the libertarian basis for a society.
The way I look at it is that if you believe it to be a freedom, but it encroaches on the freedom of others, is that really a freedom? Or
Only
is that just something that you're trying to use to justify it?
Well, it's a freedom if there's no one trying to stop you doing it. Like officially, but what do we count as officially? So yeah, it's a good question. It depends how you define a freedom in that case. But in one sense, you could define it as something that you are at a basic level free to do until there is some rule against it, either from the person you're doing it to, or from society, or from the judgment of your peers, something like that. It's not necessarily the best way to define it, but again, you'd have to go into this nuance if someone challenged that phrasing. And as I said, it's a fine way of doing it. It just has that small issue. Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, that does happen quite often, doesn't it? The cowardly one would definitely work if you were dealing with, like, saying it's cowardly to censor like that, or words of a similar effect. Would definitely work if you're dealing with a certain kind of person. If you're dealing with, like, a older male boomer, perhaps you would be able to say that something along the lines, like, to appeal to your history, appeal to men in trenches or men at famous historical battles and that kind of thing. This is not how we treat our countrymen. Our nation does not survive on the basis of forcing people not to express themselves, to not be who they are, that kind of thing. You could go with a sympathy approach as well and say, like, sometimes it is abusive, but it's what they honestly feel. And it's just as wrong to suppress that as it is to suppress the very LGBT plus whatever people that are being described here from expressing themselves too. Could go with that. But they could very easily say that one isn't hurting anyone. Well, neither is the other one. It's words on a screen, but that's more nuance you have to go into. A lot of people these days live as if it is not words on a screen. And frankly, you could say the same thing, like the whole words on a screen thing, it's mostly true, but it's not entirely true. For all of human history, socialization done in person, which is the only place it was done until quite recently, it's just sound waves in an environment. You could just leave. Yeah, it doesn't really work that way. People get attached to other people. And so what they do, other people and shades of other people and environments where speaking happens. So if it obviously the argument works to a degree on the internet, but it's still not absolute. It would work if humans were automatons and we weren't really acting like humans. But no, people get attached to each other. That's why this is an issue in the first place. It's kind of like saying, just don't have emotions, Lamau. Like, it works for some of us, but it doesn't work for everyone. So it sort of misses the point. It not completely. It is decent one, but it's in practice, on a large scale, it doesn't really make sense. Even if they do switch off the screen, they've already seen it, and it's already affected them beyond their direct control. So, I'm sure that we could go into more ways to approach that, but I think it probably is worth us revisiting fundamentals from time to time. I'll continue anyway. The Independent was told the Vice President expressing optimism on a trade deal is a way of putting further pressure on the UK over free speech. If a deal does not go through, it makes Labour look bad. Yeah, maybe. Mr. Vance's recent speech to the right-wing Heritage Foundation think tank was cited as an example of his views on Western culture and free speech being linked to securing an agreement. No free speech, no deal, it's as simple as that, the Washington source said. It's understood that Britain has already offered to drop its proposed digital services tax as a means of getting a trade deal through, but the US wants to see laws on hate speech repealed, as well as plans for a new online safety law dropped. Good. It would be a great shame if the UK did not restore this stuff for itself, because I'm sure that we can. I'm sure that we can repair our own country, but I just want it repaired. I don't really mind. It doesn't have to come from us. It's like survival comes first. I just want it repaired. If it has to come from US influence, or if US influence has to kick it off, then fine. I do think we would have been able to solve it ourselves in time. Maybe not very much time. To a large extent, the fact that we have, I don't think the fact that the US has got this situation with Trump in office and we haven't got something similar is a judgment on either nation. It's more of a judgment on the setup of the political parties as they were and of the time between elections. Plus Trump as well. So, which you can credit the culture for, of course, but it's less clear-cut than it seems. Yeah. Keir Starmer is not obviously not the solution. You might assume. I am not assuming that he is. Labour has made it clear it is not prepared to go that far. A Downing Street source said the subject is not a feature of the talks. I didn't think so. But we'll see how far the US is willing to go to try and push Starmer into doing it. However, the issue seems to be one of the main sticking points from the White House's perspective. Talks began last month after Sir Keir visited Mr. Trump in the White House and intensified earlier this month with the tariffs announcement. While tariffs have been suspended for 90 days, the hope is that the deal can be done before they are brought into force. Downing Street is aiming not for a traditional trade deal, but one focused on growth industries of the future, such as biotech and artificial intelligence. Minister, I don't think the UK has any sort of AI investment or sort of companies, which is a shame, sort of. I mean, maybe it's good that we're just like skipping that bubble. Ministers insist that this will not mean Britain has to accept imports of chlorinated chicken or beef with hormones, which have been long cited as concerns. However, they hope it will see most, if not all, tariffs removed between the two countries. Yeah, I would rather have the pressure on Labour to remove those anti-free speech provisions and attempt like 10% higher prices, to be honest. As long as the pressure is active and measurable, than for them to just fold and you know, for the US to just fold and give the free trade deal, and I have 10% lower prices relatively, but there's no chance of free speech being pushed by the US here. What is this guru-based autism? Wow. So there's a 4chan user who says that they monitor all of the major contributors to Gura to make sure that none of them are gonna like go in real life and hurt her.
What the fuck?
Honestly, the way they're writing it, assuming they're telling the truth, which they might not be, it's quite innocent. Like it's just a project to be her like fucking volunteer internet bodyguard, I guess. But it's a remarkable level of fame, and not just like the kind of fame that the kind of issues of fame that do not happen for men. It's interesting new part of humanity I didn't know about. Anyway, I think
it's a strange
we could.
Time to be alive, isn't it?
It is. It really is. It is. It's amazing just how much is happening all at once right now. No time in history has had anything like this much happening all at once. That's sort of like this different from normal. Like sometimes you get a war and a rebellion or a social movement at the same time. You get some high points, but nothing like the level of just unusual shit happening all at once that we have today. Nothing has ever happened, says Katy Perry. Thank you, Katy Perry. Right.
Born too late to go to space. Born too early to go to space. Born just in time to shitpost about the downfall of the global establishment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, chat. I'm going to take a quick break, I think. I won't be long. While I'm gone, please bear in mind that Cabal, the community, and all of these streams exist entirely on the basis of generous audience contributions. No sponsorships, no adverts. At least not yet. I don't think I'm likely to change that position. Any contributions are greatly appreciated, and they can also contribute towards various Cabal games. The current state of the TP board is that Charcusi has entered second place behind Marcusi for the kitten roll. Of course, fourth and third overall. £556 behind, but that's less than it sounds because for each contribution, double that amount is spendable on some item in this list. And there are a lot of you, and a lot of you already have User coins.
Oh God, he might be doing it again.
Well, we'll see.
Oh no.
Oh wow, Cybersmith going to send money. This is interesting. Is that what you meant, or were you talking about someone else? Quattro.
Kaiser Holt.
Well, let's see. Someone says, did you hear about the Japanese streamer woman who got stabbed to death live in broad daylight recently? The guy who did it was a viewer she was using as a pay pig both on stream and off, getting him to take out shady, high-interest short-term loans so he could loan her money she didn't intend to pay back. Well, I'm not going to say she deserved to die, but it was closer to that than Gura, who I don't think's done any of that. It's been I've said this before, and Quattro, you may have heard me say this, but let me be very clear with this. I don't watch VTubers that much anymore, but when I first encountered them, I was expecting exactly that kind of shit. I was expecting exactly the worst stereotypes of woman. Like streamers taking advantage of men and streamers using their femininity for views, all that stuff. And just being fake corporate mouthpieces with all kinds of exactly what you'd expect to go along with that. But they are remarkably different than that stereotype. I don't know what it is about VTubers in particular, but if you look like a really large portion of the reason I ever watched VTubers was because they were the only sane female entertainers in the world. Any VTuber enjoyers on board with that? On board with that assessment that VTubers are the only sane female entertainers in the world? And some of them aren't very sane either. But they are much closer than anyone else I've ever encountered. Female, that is. So yeah. Vutek says that's because a man could replace them if they fucked up. I don't think so. VTubers and sane don't belong in the same sentence, but they aren't evil in the bad way. I suppose that's what I'm probably closer to what I meant by sane, but it's a bit of both. Guys says, can I take out an User coin loan? Not from me. Ooh, thank you, Cybersmith. That's very generous. Cybersmith says, well, good night. The Tumblr censorship is insane. We need something like a Magna Carta or Bill of Rights for the internet. We should not lose social media accounts just for expressing political views. I swear that was on Tumblr, a word for word as on X. Yes, I did see what you sent, and I give it, if it's what you sent, then I support what you're saying and that you did not deserve to be censored. Unfortunately, there is also a degree, much like when I was censored on YouTube, and I did say this at the time, there is a degree to which it's to be expected, and you can't really assume that the platform is going to give you any better, is going to give you any better treatment than they ended up giving you. So ultimately, initially I was posting all my streams on YouTube in defiance of YouTube's policies as a stand. Unfortunately, no one really took the stand with me, so whatever. I guess I'm the only one that did that. At least I've got my principles, chat. But I don't anymore. I don't insist that my content be posted all publicly and spread on YouTube and just keep getting accounts banned and complain that I get. No, I would expect if that happened. It would be normal if that happened. So I think the same thing applies to Tumblr. If you want to post about politics, you have to expect the possibility of censorship, or you have to post somewhere where you're not going to be censored. Kaiser Holt with the 11,000 User coins, equivalent of £110. Charcussy for Discord Kitten. He is getting closer.
Oh,
good night,
no.
Only £446 in it now. Right, I'm going to bear it back quickly. While I'm gone, let's see if Charcussy can supplant Marcussy just while I'm gone.
I'm in danger.
What exactly is Charcussy?
I don't know, and I don't think I want to find out.
Is it very, very angry pussy?
What?
Is it Chilgron under Marcussy?
No, I don't think that's what it is. What I think, if I had to guess, because Ted started this, he threw in an extra C because of Marcus. I don't know why he did that. You're going to have to ask him. I guess I think it's time to start mass pinging Ted.
Wait. What if it's Cybersmith and Marcosi? Oh god.
Oh god.
No.
No. No bueno.
Apparently, it's a reference to the anime that your profile picture is from, Quattro.
Yes, with an extra C thrown in. Because of Marcus, for some reason. At least that's my thinking on it. Again, mass ping Ted and we'll find out.
Yeah, but that would involve hearing from Ted, and I don't want to do that.
Well, that's your call.
No, Katy Perry, why would you do this?
Oh no, Wolf, what have you done?
Yep. You're now immortalized on Urban Dictionary.
How could you do this? Oh, I guess I'm safe for now. Thank you, Uzlu.
I was just thinking the same thing, Ghost.
Oh yeah, honey, now that you got back, do you want to say hello to the chat here?
Hi, chat.
Now, if we do end up doing that Cabal Wiki, I think that would be really fun. But the problem is we're going to need people to actually, add in entries.
I was thinking just like anyone with level 3 to start with, maybe level 2, can just write whatever they want.
Or maybe
see.
Level 2s can put in entries, and level 3s can curate them.
That could work.
I stepped away for a moment there, but it sounds like that you're discussing the creation of a Cabal internal urban dictionary.
A Cabal Wiki is a more general form of that. And as I said in chat, I was looking into what tech is available to run a wiki to self-host one a few months ago. And for the feature set that I wanted, which I think is quite a simple feature set, there's only one piece of software that would do it. And I think it was called XWiki. And I haven't got around to setting it up yet, but I would like to. And if we do that, then we can go through the Cabal culture iceberg again. I say that, like, we could do that as a stream, yeah, but maybe it's better to do that as community events, actually. Because it wouldn't be quite the same spectacle as a stream, because we'd spend a lot of time actually just writing stuff. We can go through it and we can just be there to consult with whoever's doing writing. It would be a great project.
A dedicated lawsmith. I think a few dedicated lawsmiths would have to be implemented.
Possibly.
Of all of the potential people who could hold such a role, I would ask that none of them have the outreach membership. I wouldn't trust them with anything creative writing-esque.
Well, the trust isn't an issue there, but they probably wouldn't be interested. Guys, it depends how you do it. I was going to self-host, which gives us complete control, because obviously it could be censored. We'd have complete control of what's on the wiki, but it would be dependent on my infrastructure, which is not often perfectly reliable, let's say. But honestly, I can make it pretty close.
You seem to have misunderstood my meaning when I said that I wouldn't trust them to have such a role. It wasn't that I wouldn't trust their moral character. I wouldn't trust their ability with the written word, with the English language.
They're not all Rogel. Also, Vil says Silent the Mime started one. He did not. He just was taking notes on various members of the server. It was not a wiki. Only he was able to edit them. So the idea of a wiki would be that whoever I give permission can make edits, create articles, link articles together, do whatever, and whoever I give permission can moderate them, and everyone in the world can view this as a website. It's something I've wanted for a while for us to have. I just haven't gotten around to actually putting it together yet. Yeah, we should use a 2016 release of FreeBSD for the Cabal Wiki. What do you think, Quattro?
Sorry, what was that? My wife passed my attention for a moment.
We should use a 2016 version of FreeBSD to host the Cabal Wiki.
Oh yes, that'll go so well, won't it? I mean, it worked out so well for the people that currently own 4chan, right?
Owned.
I'm sure Hiroshi Moot would definitely recommend it.
I don't think they're the only owners anymore.
Apparently not.
Guys, I believe Silent's notes are all still in the archive channel down below at the bottom of the list. Alright, chat. Apologies for the break. I have been feeling much lower energy than usual today. I think I still have a kind of a mental fatigue from this cold. This I'm very mild cold I've had for the past few days, or it's been sort of up and down. But I've had some mental fatigue with it, as I said, so I wasn't feeling like I was at my best for today's stream. So I figured, well, some sugar and liquids couldn't possibly fucking hurt. And that's why I wanted the chocolate. And I just had some, so maybe it'll help some more. We won't be going on for much longer. We're going to wrap up soon. But yeah, okay. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Stooge, 4chan is entirely PHP. Now, I believe while we were away, there was another contribution. It doesn't appear to have come through yet. Which is odd. It should have come through straight away. Well, it should appear in a minute. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Menacing Scarab, very generous. He says, I probably should, but I'm gonna anyway. I mean, actually means shouldn't. Wonder what I can get for this amount of money. Perhaps Charcusi could come up with something fun.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well,
no, the gap's closing.
So Menacing Scarab has now paid Uzlu to show him his Charcusi.
What's more, Quattro, I'm not sure if you know this, but when someone contributes in real money, they just get that much coins as well as what they already spent, what they already contributed in the tip message. So that gave 150 towards Charcusi, and now he has 150 pounds worth of coins anew to spend on anything he wants.
Yes. Yes, I'm aware.
But don't worry. I think there's almost no chance that he'll spend any of those coins on Charcusi.
What gives you that impression?
Just a feeling I have. A feeling that definitely won't be disproven. Scarab says, finger pyramid of evil contemplation. Yes, I believe.
Fear.
I believe evil is how at least one member of our panel tonight would describe it. I think. Would you be more disappointed at being referred to as Charcusi or as Marcus not being referred to as Marcusi?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Because on the one hand, it is his rightful place as Marcusi. I really don't want to take that from him, you know?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Ted fucking this up. That still irks me.
To be fair, putting the C in there to make it Charcusi rather than Charusi, it is a bit easier to say Charcusi. And yes, it is also it's a reference to Marcusi. That's partly why it's there, but it's not that unusual. It's as I said, it's put there and it makes it a bit easier to say.
I'm pretty sure he did it specifically to fuck with me.
Possibly. But I'm not sure how it managed to get so far up the board, considering that most people don't even know what the chart in Charcusi means. Thank you, Reddit, for the contribution, who says, I have finally defeated 4chan. Now for my next target, Dev's Blocks. You and I were never allied in that venture, as far as I know, Reddit. I think, according to our Lord and Savior, Richard Hammond, petrol be upon him, you must kill yourself. But thank you for the contribution. Wolf says, I'm pre-writing a thread for reception about how Uzlu is grooming poor Quattro. Just like take everything about Marcus and just make it about Quattro as soon as he gets the role. Someone says, I'm seeing reports.
Are you going to rename both Quattro and Marcus to just Charcusi?
No. Marcus will be free to call himself whatever he wants. Someone says, I'm seeing reports that Shanghai is getting gloriously fucked by the tariffs. Dock traffic is down 80%. Entire city blocks are shuttering. Work is being restricted to 3 days per week per person. And people are fleeing en masse back to the countryside. Somnus, it would give me such pleasure if that was true. I hope it is. Not because I enjoy suffering, per se, but because even with the small-scale suffering, relatively small scale, that is, and small and short term as well, it is exactly the right thing for the world. Now, the Chinese people don't really deserve to suffer for their government, but people suffering does sometimes lead to governments being toppled. And the Chinese government, as far as it is, which it is, still basically the same lineage as Mao, really needs to fall. Really needs to fall. Would we generally concur on that? I wonder, Triple. Triple, would you generally concur on that notion?
Oh, I don't think she can hear right now. I don't think she's actually joined in the audience there. And I'm on my headset right now.
Fair enough. Either way, I
mean, I can go bother her to come join.
No, it's okay.
No, I'm gonna go bother her now.
Okay, fair enough.
I need to get the fuck in the stream. Do it.
We're talking about China.
China came up. We need your expertise.
I've heard an increasing amount of rhetoric along the lines of we Westerners shouldn't judge the Eastern cultures for their social practices, such as indentured slavery and things of that nature.
Yeah, we should.
All right, she's joining.
Welcome, Triple. What I said was we were reading out something from who was it? From Somnus in chat, who says that he's seeing reports that Shanghai is getting gloriously fucked by the tariffs, dock traffic down 80%, entire city blocks are shuttering, work is being restricted to 3 days per week per person, people are fleeing en masse back to the countryside. Now, parts of that just sound like business as usual, but what I was saying is that yes, the suffering for those people and for the time, probably small scale and short term, or at least one of those, but it is really bad and they don't really deserve it. The people of China don't really deserve it. However, people suffering does tend to lead to government suffering. And the government of China, which is essentially, or not essentially, literally, the same one or the same lineage as Mao, directly down from Mao, really, really, really deserves to fall. And I was wondering if you had an opinion on that. Thank you, Horde Toward, for your contribution. I missed reading it when it was in, but I'll read it when it comes back. Suffering for the Chinese is the norm, she says, as long as that dam doesn't break, it's all Gucci. Someone says, it's almost like the Chinese economy is propped up entirely by exports or something. Well, yes. I don't think I need to say anything else that hasn't already been said, to be honest. But yeah, China is asshole.
Indeed.
Let's see what else we have. We will end very soon, chat. We've been going for almost 4 hours. I didn't realize, actually. We will end very soon. I will... thank you to Unconvincing Conversec 1H1. The Conversec! I'm going to go ahead and remove that. But yes, we'll end fairly soon. I will extend that a bit, though, by the contributions that have generously come in so far. But we'll end pretty soon. Okay, where was I? I believe we were not quite there yet. I'll try and go through these quite quickly.
I could have sworn that last contributor was trying to make a Wes Y11 reference.
Well, I didn't actually see the message. I was talking to Triple, but it should appear in Discord in a minute, and when it does, I'll read it out. Okay, this is weird.
The username I'm referring.
Yeah, this one's weird.
I am pro deportation. You know, I want, like, I was thinking too, like, first off, deport like all the men, and then for the women, like, maybe you'll have like a 1 year time to like marry.
Oh, are you one of these only keep the big booty Latinas here? Shame.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, enough people have told me that I should consider that to where I'm just saying I would give them a 1 year timeline. You know,
Okay.
I'm like, we know who you are, we know where you are. If you marry one of our Californian incels, then you can stay. But if you don't, then, well, you're getting sent back across. I am
probably not a novel idea, but I find but one thing unbelievable about this policy. Can you guess what it is? Quattro, any ideas? I find one thing unbelievable about this policy.
An incel getting a woman?
No, that part is difficult to believe, of course, but is possible, especially when it's government mandated. No, the thing I find completely unbelievable here is that someone described as a Nick Fuentes acolyte has any interest in women.
Yeah, you know, that was going to be my next guess.
There it is. Thank you, Todd Howard, who says, no. China isn't supposed to be at war with the US until 2066. 2025 is far too early. Trump is being very non-canonical. It just works. Thank you, Todd. I didn't realize that Todd Howard was God, actually. That's interesting. I suppose it rhymes, so it's close enough. Mufaku says, bring back anti-miscegenation laws. It's basically bestiality anyway. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. But yeah, this kid's running for governor of California. Now, despite the fact that he is, Reddit moment, despite the fact that he is described as a Nick Fuentes acolyte, and I think Nick Fuentes is about as useful to honest and decent Western civilization politics as the radical left is. Despite that, the policies he is actually advocating, those he can advocate for publicly, might indeed be a lot better than what the left is offering right now in California. Though, of course, he'll never be elected.
It's not hard to do that.
It's not hard to do that, indeed.
A literal dog could do better than any of the people in charge of governing California.
And probably should try, because I would vote for a dog over Gavin Newsom. I would vote for a detached part of Gavin Newsom's body than for Gavin Newsom himself. Well, more so the deportation part, Zen Man, but I suppose the other part is in there as well. Yeah. Anyway, we're doing quickly. We're going to get through these. The geezer is back, says the Washington Free Beacon. Biden says roughly 30% of Americans have no heart in crotchety return to national spotlight. Do you remember, Coach, I'm sure you remember this, about 10 years ago, it's a long time ago now, Hillary Clinton said the words basket of deplorables. She insulted a significant portion of the US, and that was generally viewed as a bad idea. Now, Biden here, he is interested in returning to politics, which is already hilarious, but he's doing it with the first speech I know of as part of that return by not just insulting some amorphous section of the American people, but specifically describing the amount he's talking about, 30%. It's not the best way to start. I wouldn't have thought. What do you reckon?
Now, which 30% does he mean? I wonder.
That's interesting. The US is about 70% white. I don't think that's what he means, but it is an interesting idea. Oh God, he looks bad. Joe, you weren't compos mentis enough in fucking 2016. Let alone 2020 and let alone now. Joe Biden, the 82-year-old former president, allegedly, sometimes referred to as Sleepy Joe, rambled and occasionally shouted Monday evening during his first major speech since leaving the White House. So he's Wes. Biden delivered... Oh, I'm kidding. Wes doesn't just occasionally shout. Biden delivered the keynote address billed as a defense on Social Security at a conference in Chicago hosted by a disability rights organization. Yeah, that fucking fits. He also received the Beacon of Hope Award. Well, that's a useless award then, isn't it? Yeah, Biden hasn't always been bad, chat.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
He's all bad. Come on. Is that him with the black light?
Nick cum Hunter Fuentes.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Ginger, the no penis immigration policy, women only. Sure, like if that's what we're going with. If you're going to have immigration at all, then it should only be women. Or like if it's from a poorer country, it should only be women. If it's to protect people, but I mean it's a fun idea, but it's not that workable. You would like if we're talking a real policy splitting up families, not the best look. Good night, Born Gamer. All right, next thing. Trump bans illegal immigrants from getting Social Security. Now, I would have guessed this was the case anyway. So I was going to just look and see if it wasn't. But it might very well be that what he's done here is just put it on paper that if it happens, you are now violating this rule as well as all the others, which surely this is already a violation of a bunch of rules. Like, it's supposed to be for citizens only, surely. On Tuesday, Trump signed an order that will bar illegal immigrants from obtaining Social Security benefits and cracks down on preventing fraudulent Social Security claims. The order released from the White House stated that it is aimed at stopping illegal aliens and other ineligible people from obtaining Social Security Act benefits, and that it directs the administration to ensure ineligible aliens are not receiving funds from Social Security Act programs. So I think what this is, I can interpret from that, is something that he's done before, which is to just say, this already isn't allowed, please make sure it isn't happening. If that's the case, good idea, well implemented, about time, no problem at all, no complaints, and we can move on to the next story. Trump signs executive order to lower insulin to 3 cents, epinephrine to $15 for low-income patients. So, let's not go into too much detail on this, because I do want to get through some of these last articles quickly near the end. We've still got fuckloads to do that I haven't covered yet. We got about halfway through what I had today. But just to say that possibly the worst way to set up a nation's healthcare is private industry for the profit motive and then government intervention for the distortions to the market. Because they could do this, price fixing, to try to help, but it'll just make things worse because all the private market has to do now is to say, well, we have some guaranteed money coming in for these, we can raise prices and get the same profit margins. Job done. So what that means is that you could argue that everyone else is paying a bit more so that the poorest pay less, but it's not that because the government still has to pay, which means they're still taxing everyone. So it's just wasting money or dropping money that isn't deserved into healthcare, into the healthcare industry that hasn't done anything to directly earn that increase. It's just there because of government policy. So I admire the intent, as is always the way with healthcare, good intentions. But this probably, it probably will actually help the specific people that you're trying to help, but everyone else will be disproportionately worse off as a result, I think, unfortunately. Now, that might be worth it if we assume that this stuff is, which it is, it's life-saving. It's really important. And for some people, they have to have constant supplies of this stuff. So maybe this is okay. But there's definitely downsides to this kind of thing. Serena, what is that video? I haven't watched it. And I'm probably not going to, but I've seen it pop up twice now. What is it?
It's quite funny. I do recommend it.
Is it chicken jockey related? Is she the chicken and he's the jockey? A female getting picked up. Yeah. On Tuesday, Trump signed an executive order meant to lower insulin costs to as low as 3 cents and injectable epinephrine to $15 for low-income patients in America. The order aimed at lowering prescription drug costs for Americans overall is not just targeting insulin and epinephrine, but is also aimed at standardizing Medicare payments for prescription drugs such as cancer treatments, regardless of whether the patient receives care. So federalizing that, which maybe that's a good idea, I don't know. A fact sheet on the order stated that the order will lower prices by as much as 60%. For the specific people who you're trying to help, possibly. It will also improve the Medicare drug pricing negotiation program in order to eclipse the 22% in savings achieved in the program's first year, the release stated. So having something like this where what this sounds like is you're, by democratic enforcement, i.e. by legal enforcement, you are forcing the free market to accept a lower price than they could technically get as a result of your distortion on the market. So you're trying to sage what they would be charging if you hadn't implemented this policy. Having something that tries to do that is probably better than not having it. But it's still a distortion on the market, and it's still going to cause problems. You may be able to reduce them so that they're less, yes. But there will come a time where such an institution, such a process trying to reduce prices, causes more trouble than not having it in the first place. Along with these measures, the order directs the administration to develop reforms to promote a more competitive, transparent, efficient, and resilient prescription drug value chain. drug value chain, adding to other moves Trump has taken in order to reduce prices at medical facilities and hospitals to be upfront and transparent. I'll summarize the article because we're lightning round. I'll summarize in saying that the way the UK does it, with a massive nationalized healthcare industry with a private sector that you can use if you want to, which is pretty free. That way of doing it, a lot of people think that's terrible. Obviously, you can look at how much the NHS costs, and yeah. But I would rather have that than the way the US is currently set up, with profit motive and government intervention hybridizing to produce the worst possible outcome. Possibly the best outcome, as much as I don't like the implications of this, is a completely free and unmolested healthcare market where the thing that pushes the prices down is just the free market, with no attempt to make anything necessarily cheaper for some people or for government to pay for medical bills for some people. The most you could say is to have laws that require that medical facilities must treat patients when they can, that patients must pay for the healthcare costs, but that the costs must be over a period of time rather than demanded all at once. Some basic stuff like that just to make it plausible for the system to continue in a free market context. But other than that, let the prices go down according to competition. That would lead to lots of problems, but it would lead to the best overall value for the people of your country, I suspect. But no fucking country has the balls to do that when there's a possibility of government intervening. Of course, like to solve specific medical problems, of course it's going to be demanded that they do. And of course someone's going to do it eventually. And as soon as they do it, it skips straight from that free market, possibly best of the three options, right down to the mixed market, worst of all possible worlds. So in view of that, the best answer might literally be to do what the UK did, even though you can observe the problems with it in real time. At least with that, you've got government doing its own democratically motivated shit over here, and private industry doing its own privately incentivized shit over here. And yes, they do sometimes interact, and there are many issues with the way the system's implemented. But with the general layout of having them both there, but both separated, that might be the best long-term solution for a country. I'm not saying that is for sure, and there are many issues with it in practice, of course. But given that there's no good option really here, that might be the best one. Let's continue. Breaking. Trump admin hits Letitia James with criminal referral to DOJ over alleged mortgage fraud. So, shoes on the other foot now.
Oh boy.
Yep. Letitia James was one of the judges, or perhaps even a district attorney, who was pursuing Trump, in my opinion, I'm sure in the rest of our opinion as well, mostly illegitimately.
Yes.
She might have been the one that went after him for that fraud case that actually made him technically a felon. It might not have been her, but it was someone like her, someone doing the same shit as her. Yeah, it might well have been her. Yeah, guys, I know it costs a lot of money. I know. And especially, like, it's not, the NHS doesn't have to be that expensive. It is partly that expensive because it's bloated and mismanaged. Still, though, Americans spend a hell of a lot of money on healthcare. So does the American government as well. So I think if you add the undue spending on healthcare together across the UK and across the US and compare them per capita, you might find it's quite close. The Trump admin hit New York, and don't forget, like, the NHS is bloated and inefficient and all that shit, but it's not likely to invent a worldwide conspiracy to force governments to guaranteed purchase dangerous experimental drugs as a solution to a virus that is ineffective on most people. Like, that's something that private industry comes up with when it has too much money and too much power with the help of governments. the NHS, it doesn't. That's not one of its problems. At least not one of its likely problems.
Yeah, one of the other problems that I don't hear people often talking about is the fact that the insurance companies are working hand in hand with a lot of the medical providers to just outright scam people by setting these wildly ridiculous prices for basic things like, say, a single Tylenol pill costing you $500.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And it is this massive, massive racket. And yet nobody's really doing anything about that. Nobody's addressing that it's even happening. They just go, oh, the prices are out of control and we need to socialize healthcare. No, this is just plain old scams. This can be solved very easily by just saying, no, you can't fucking scam people like that. It's not hard.
Yeah. It comes down to a similar thing as what Ginger's saying here. It's just a lack of rigor in keeping efficiency, because the democratic incentive is good for many things, but not really for market efficiency. So much like what Ginger is saying with the NHS budget, it just balloons and no one checks that the money's going places it shouldn't be going, so it just keeps ballooning. The same thing there is true with the insurance companies in the US. Like, bear in mind, what the US has in its healthcare system right now, government involvement. What the UK has, government involvement. Where is the efficiency? At the point government meets actual necessity. It is ultimately an issue of too much government involvement. Now, government, it is necessary. It can do some things that the free market won't do, but it's not good at keeping things efficient, especially not efficient in terms of like the market. So wherever it's involved, it's a problem. Now, if you know it's the government, if it's a well-known single entity where the way to solve it is through government pressure, and that's always been the way, I would rather have that than have this unknowable sprawl of private industry protected by government to, as Quattro said, effectively scam the entire country with impunity and no way to rebel against that. And you're forced to continue buying their services. Now, that is arguably a different way of wording what the NHS is, perhaps not quite as bad. But that's my point. The US and the UK healthcare systems are similar right now in the way they're laid out per government and private. They are similar.
It's just another form of racketeering. And again,
Sure.
you could stop this by just having a single RICO case look into it.
Sure. The main difference is that
this is not a hard undertaking. We have all the tools required to stop this.
Yeah.
We just haven't because it makes certain people too much money.
Yeah. The main difference between the two is that the private industry in the UK can do its own thing separately from the NHS. In the US, it kind of can't. If it's not in the racket, it doesn't exist. So again, I do think the current US system is worse overall than the current UK system. But yeah, I don't know. Both suck. I find more offensive the idea of being forced to buy insurance, which I think is almost always a scam anyway, than the idea of being forced to pay more taxes, which goes towards something which is actually useful.
Like the amount of money that the average person spends on insurance every year could be going into other things that would actually help the economy rather than just fucking scammers' pockets.
Mm.
And it wouldn't be difficult.
Good night, Ghost.
Just need to do it.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to take the first step.
Good night, Katy Perry. Ginger says, Trump's next offer to the UK, let Elon be in charge of the NHS budget for 12 months and you can have a free trade agreement for the next 20 years. Trust me, Elon is great, very smart man, great with money. Righter than me? I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, that would be funny. The way that issues with the NHS's budget are solved is through democratic incentives, but they're not, again, they are not very good at producing efficiency. It's not zero, but it's nowhere near enough, obviously. But that's the way that is solved. If you want to have any government overreach to say these people must be healed, these people must be cared for, then you are going to need this kind of solution. You are going to need democratic incentives to apply to market problems. There's just as soon as you cross that line, it has to happen to some extent. And the NHS is basically saying, well, let's just take it to its natural conclusion and make that official and just try to make it a bit more, right and proper because it's all out in the open that that's what we're doing. Whereas the US solution is, we'll just tiptoe up past the line a bit further, and it'll be fine. No one's going to get scammed, and then everyone gets scammed. So I would rather have that approach. Anyway, let's continue reading. Trump administration hit New York Attorney General Letitia James with a criminal referral for alleged mortgage fraud on I love how it's not related at all to the thing with Trump. It's just, yeah. So we were looking through your files. We found out you've been committing mortgage fraud. And we didn't need to know this. We didn't need to find this. There's other things that we could hit you on here. But it just so happens you're committing mortgage fraud. So we figured that, because you were so generous to Trump in making shit up to sue him over, then we thought we would, return the favor.
No, I think it's so interesting how it's just a similar kind of fraud to the one that she accused Trump of. I feel like we've seen these tactics before. Wonder where. I feel like I'm getting some kind of deja vu.
That gif, Mofaku. Okay. The outlet reported that Federal Housing FHFA Director William Pult sent the referral to Attorney General Pam Bondi, probably some personal adversary of Letitia James. I'm sure she has plenty, as well as the Department of Justice, and accused James of having falsified records to get a home loan in Virginia while she was still serving as the New York State AG. You're right, Quattro. That is really similar to what Trump was convicted of, except he didn't do it. But she did, seemingly. Yeah. Well, allegedly. The alleged false documents said that James's home in Virginia was her principal residence. When a home is labeled as one's principal residence, loans will sometimes have more favorable terms. The criminal referral reads in part, based on media reports, Ms. Letitia James has in multiple instances falsified bank documents and property records to acquire government-backed assistance and loans and more favorable loan terms. This has potentially included 1, falsifying residence status for a Norfolk, Virginia-based home in order to secure a lower mortgage rate, and 2, misrepresenting property descriptions to meet stringent requirements for government-backed loans and government assistance. Oh, so she specifically worded things to get government help, even though she should be able to afford it on her salary, you would have thought, wouldn't you? According to the referral letter, James bought up a multi-family unit in Brooklyn, but consistently misrepresented the same property as only having 4 units in both building permit applications and numerous mortgage documents and applications, the letter alleged. Get fucked. In addition to these, Pulte said that James had purchased a property with her father as a co-signer in 1983, as well as 2000, but that the documents labeled the pair as husband and wife. Oh no. It's Ilhan Omar all over again.
Not again.
While this was a long time ago, it raises serious concerns about the validity of Miss James' representations on mortgage applications. Yes, it does. Yep, go for it. Pursue it.
That's quite a lot of implications, doesn't it?
Yeah. Pursue it and apply justice as appropriate. If she's done it, then she deserves it. If she hasn't, so be it. Okay. I have a couple stories here that I think I want to spend longer on, so I'm going to skip past them for now. Hopefully I'll get to them when I can. Including that one. USA gets defunded, 4chan goes down. Yes, I think there is a bit of a correlation there. We looked at this earlier. Breaking: EU is reversing its stance and is now open to negotiating a new trade deal with the US per POTUS.
Funny that.
The whole world tried to stand up and say, we don't really care if the US does it. We'll be fine. And then 10 minutes later, actually a lot of our economy does come from the US. Let's figure this out. It was always going to happen. China will probably do the same thing, especially if those reports in chat are accurate. I think China will do the same thing. So, and it's if the US was being unreasonable, then I might say, oh God, this is catastrophic. But luckily, and it really is just luck as well. Don't forget, like, we'll have to deal with this in the future as well. This is precedent now. If Trump was in fact evil or was doing the wrong thing, was forcing the wrong policies, this would be really fucking bad. But through sheer luck of timing and of the current zeitgeist, no, what he's out asking for is good stuff. We agree on most of what he wants, so it's good. But it could easily change. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. Puerto Rico goes dark after massive power outage. Interesting.
Oh.
That might be unrelated to world politics, of course. But Puerto Rico is a pretty big island, isn't it? Breaking news, Trump FBI raids Letitia James' home, raids her boyfriend's underwear drawer. I don't think he means that literally, but it's interesting. Oh my God. Ginger, the fucking, the funny junk browser strikes again. Oh yeah. This is another one I think I'll save for another time. Actually, it could be fun, but it is another quick one. 20,000 IRS agents accept President Trump's offer to resign. So,
neat.
Yeah, it's quite good news. Now, I expect that they will have been paid like with a golden parachute, and that's okay. Like in terms of reducing government waste, paying a chunk of money now so that you don't have to pay the salaries of 20,000 people. That's probably okay. I think most Americans who want the policies Trump is implementing would be okay with that. It's not anywhere near as many as I would like to see, though. Because what was it during Biden's term? It was 87,000 IRS agents hired.
I believe
only
so,
20,000 now. Now, it's a good start, but he has a lot to achieve in 4 years. A lot to achieve. Someone says, Puerto Rico is a giant island-shaped welfare spicknigger. Understood. And benefits to Smithhawk. Yeah, I'm sure they're being paid plenty for this. But it's a good start. It's better than continuing to pay them every year. So let's continue. White House bars AP from Oval Office despite court order. So the White House is now fighting the courts on this. The White House didn't let AP reporters into an Oval Office event yesterday, even though a judge ruled last week that they had to start letting them in. The admin says it's appealing the ruling and asked the court for a little more time before it kicks in. Arguments are set for Thursday, and until then, both sides are playing legal chess. Risky business, this. Asking for an exemption before having been given one after the court ordered you to let them back in. Don't know about that. I think if you want to follow the law here, you do have to do that. However, I don't think it's the Supreme Court who said this. I think it's a different court. So if Trump wants to challenge this, he can step in with his own authority and say, no, they're not allowed in, and then it has to be a Supreme Court decision. I'm not sure which way that one will go, actually. But I talked about this on another stream. This is iffy, free speech wise. I think the ultimate position I ended up on is that it's not the public square for speech. None of these news organizations are owed access to the president. It's literally his house. And while there are definitely implications about equal access by the White House being able to just ban people from viewing, this isn't really a problem of that. Because the problem of that is way worse when you consider, for example, well, why were the Gateway Pundit, for example, not allowed in the White House under Biden? That's way more of an issue than the AP not being allowed in now. So that's a retarded district court judge. Yeah, it probably is. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but it probably was that one. Achilles says courts are the enemy to the people. They don't have to be. They're a mechanism.
In the modern era, they seem to be.
They are quite often, but it depends on who's in them and who. Like, we hear about all the bad judgments. Don't forget, there's a lot of judgments that are fine, and we did hear earlier about how the UK Supreme Court, such as it is, found the right result. The issue with the courts is not the actual laws on paper, it's the enforcement. And don't assume, again, similarly to capitalism, when it's not working properly because of monopoly, or democracy when it's not working properly because of monopoly, don't assume that it's courts as a concept or institution that's the problem when it's not working properly because of Soros money. In that case, it's not literally monopoly, but it's just too much of something that should not be in the system. Judges are supposed to be free from bias, which is why I don't think they should be elected, ever. I've mentioned before the idea that democracy works better when it's simple and big. You shouldn't be voting for every little position, at least not officially. You can have, if you have, like in Cabal, a moderator election, that doesn't negate the fact that you're still voting for, the official national style. You could have self-driven democracy in certain contexts, but for official context, for a nation, no. Keep it rare, keep it big, keep it important, and keep it transparent and simple. No, Achilles. We should have very meaningful democracy, just not too much, not in too many places. Vote for the single change that's going to make the big difference, like the president in the US. But don't vote for every little fucking aspect. Oh, we have some Charcusi fan art. Alert, alert, we have some Charcusi fan art.
Oh,
and here it is. I've noticed what this design is based on. Have you noticed, Quattro, what the design is based on here? Given the colors and the shapes, it looks similar.
That could be a few different things.
If Wolf has joined us for Zeta Gundam, or if he's familiar with Zeta Gundam, then I imagine that this is meant to be the Mark II Gundam. I think that's right, isn't it? It's the same colors.
No, the colors would be all wrong for that.
Really?
Yeah.
What am I thinking of then? It's one that
I know,
I think
because
you
I have a
posted
Mark
regularly.
II on my desk right now.
Fair enough. This is what the
That's
AI
my
threw out.
source.
Fair enough. Maybe it's based on Optimus Prime or something then. I thought it was red, white, and blue, but okay, fair enough.
The colors, yes.
Well, that's
they're
what I mean.
completely. The way the colors are applied is very different to how.
That doesn't matter. That's what I meant anyway. The red, white, and blue colors. Which AI did you use for this? HFNH says make it stop. You can make it stop by contributing via tip.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net or using Oozer coins and supporting Marcusi for Kitten, which will get him further away from Charcusi, so Charcusi never becomes real. You can do this. You can affect this. Or if you want this to get worse, then you can mention Charcusi in your contribution.
Real, how could you?
Kaiser says, why is HFNH in the Cabal Discord? I don't know. He's aware of it, though. I have mentioned it before. He just prefers not to be for some reason. Oh my god, Ezreal, why have you done this?
What? Oh no.
Why have you made a Quattro Catboy? This is filthy. Cease. JDev has just written the word char kitten, and I think it might be about time for us to end. Not just the stream, I mean end civilization. Like, that's it, it's over. Would you agree,
You
Quattro?
know, I have one thing that I think needs to be said, and here it's contained within this one image. Earth was a mistake.
I have yet to see the episode with that uniform, so I don't know what the context is. But I hope it's not the same guy, because the way the guy in that uniform in memes acts is not the way Quattro acts. The Quattro character in Zeta Gundam is the best character in Zeta Gundam. So I hope it's not the same character.
What do you mean?
I suppose I'll find out. Well, maybe what I'm saying doesn't make sense because I don't know enough about the show.
Yeah,
but we'll find out.
That may be why.
We'll find out. We should continue watching it. I think I'm still like 10
minutes real.
Oh no, I think I'm still at least 10 episodes behind where you guys are, aren't I?
We finished Zeta. You were on episode 13.
Well, at least you're not going to get any further ahead.
Yeah, no, we're not going to. I intend to wait a little while and stream some other stuff in between because I would like to show CCA as well as Unicorn afterwards. So I will wait for you to get caught up.
Solno is saying, Uzlu doesn't know about Zeta Gundam. Oh no.
Ah yes, double Zeta. I have decided maybe it's not the best idea for me to show double Zeta. There are a multitude of reasons. We can discuss that off
real?
stream though.
Oh no.
Yes, it is very real and it can hurt you.
Oh no. Oh my god, Dai observed in a voice channel. Not in Cabal, but maybe we can press Gang Hera to joining us for some South Park after the stream or something. Anyway.
Some of this would be the OVA version.
Kaisot says, if only I could afford a £300 dip. Very generous intent there. Thank you for considering it. You wouldn't need to spend all that much. You wouldn't need to get it all in one go. Every little helps to keep the community and the streams going. It will happen over time, but all of you have already been generous today, so thank you to the audience and those who do contribute. I believe we'll be seeing Matthias back in the next few days as well, so it'll be good to see him again. I'm sure 8-Bit would agree. What is 0083?
That is the prequel to Zeta. It's a little side OVA that kind of sets the stage.
I see. So it's the
13, 14 episodes.
Okay. So it's the small Zaytusi before the big Zaytusi. Oh my god, HFNH.
What?
Thank you for disregard previous statement. Focus on new statement. HFNH says, desperately slide shackles across the table. Make it stop, wizard. All right. Okay. I think it's time to end the stream. Ginger has asked me to play the meme video he sent earlier. Okay, fine. We will give it a go. The history of meme videos that you've sent, Ginger, I will agree, has been mostly good, with a few notable duds. Notable in spirit only because I have forgotten what they were. Okay, there it is.
What the fuck is that?
This is a prop foam rubber cinder block. That way we can smack an actor with it and it won't kill him. But if it did kill him, I'd still get off scot-free.
How would you do that, Scott?
Because there'd be no concrete evidence.
And there we have a dud. Thank you, Ginger, for that meme. We're going to wrap up there, chat.
Oh, come on.
No, that was a bad pun mixed with some cheap slapstick. It did not land. Sorry, Ginger. No. We are wrapping up there.
You are an awful human being. Do you realize this?
I hope you will do better next time. We're wrapping up there, chat. Thank you for joining me. Hopefully you'll join me in Pit 1 after the stream. and we will either just chat for a while, or we'll watch maybe some South Park. We've been watching some South Park recently, or we will find something else to do for the rest of the evening. So thank you for joining me. And don't forget, as Somnus says, 800 is the foreplay to get the Zaytussi ready.